We also talk about the Indian American community, where they are overwhelmingly Democrat.
What's up, y'all?
Let's try and find
What's up,
a
chat?
little bit more about this U.S. election, which is being
It's
closely
time.
watched with Dhruv Jeshwal,
We're here.
Executive Director with OR Connect.
We've been waiting all hey.
Just how
I don't know, man. My initial thoughts. I wish people would have did more research for this, because I feel like the reason why a lot of people are voting one way is for this reason, and the reason why a lot of people voting this way is for this reason. Nobody has done the real actual research and came to the conclusion for real. And I feel like, man, if you're gonna have an election,
I think this is playing out again.
if you're gonna have an election where you're gonna have to vote in, you are going to have to do your research, because at the end of the day, your research is so important to what's going on. Y'all got to do y'all research, man. It can't be, this election to me has turned into, oh, who's the worst, not who's the best. And that's the difference right now.
Police immediately moved in, checked things out, and decided that they were just a hoax. But it turns out we talked to one woman who watched it all unfold.
Fulton County election forced to deal with bomb threats. They talking about, somebody talking about blowing up. Wow. Wow. There was bomb threats?
Election officials say it was a similar scene at the Interest Community Center on Lakeside Drive. Both locations were temporarily closed, evacuated.
I think though, y'all, man, listen, we're going to be here all night, so y'all get tight, y'all get ready, get you a snack, because I'm going to be doing that periodically through the live stream. Going to give me a snack, refreshing myself, standing up, walking around. So y'all get locked in, and y'all get prepared for this, because we're going to be here for a while. So get you some water, get you some food. If you see me eating, just know that's what I'm doing. So
keep watching it. Thanks for that live report. Meantime, after history-making presidential campaigns, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans.
And that is to find out who will be the next president of the United States. Fox's Rebecca Castor.
yeah, man, the polls ain't, I mean,
President Trump is watching the results roll in tonight. Rebecca?
yeah, the polls ain't even, and don't close till 6, I think, or 7, one of the two.
Hosting its election night watch party, but the former president will be watching the returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
So he got a little.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House, but it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly.
I'm just listening.
And there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over. Something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time that it went that way where they couldn't call a winner
as a must-win.
that night. I don't see it lasting until in the morning, like 9 o'clock and then like that. I can see 3, 4, 5 in the morning, something like that.
In a last-minute effort to get out the vote, she says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with the spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
Yeah, but what is happening? I just have an issue on both sides. Like, Trump was never getting my vote. I think, yeah, the whole time I've been voting, I've never picked Donald Trump voting wise. Just because, like, you're just not getting my vote. You're just not getting my vote, bro. That's just a fact. He's just not getting my vote because I just, you know,
Downtown Atlanta to watch the election return.
I don't necessarily,
Dukes is there tonight with the Harris campaign.
I don't necessarily think that,
After months of heavy campaign,
like neither one of them have to me proved that. Oh yeah, they deserve my vote.
for tonight to watch
Neither one of them have proven that to not to me. Not to me. They haven't proven that to me. I've been hearing just a mudslinging contest. That's what it sounds like to me. It's just mudslinging all day. That's all I've been hearing. The whole campaign, just mudslinging on both sides. I'm like, but what are you going to do that I know that's going to get passed? Because you got to realize it's more important about what's going on in the Senate and the House of Representatives. People got to realize it's levels to this politic thing. That's why I was saying earlier, people need to know who their local officials are first. That's who you need to research first because they affect your day-to-day where you stay at lives. So you need to know your local officials, your mayor, councilman, DA, all those type of things. You need to know those out the gate. Then you move yourself up a level once you done got to know them and know their policies and how everything is going. Then you move up to, okay, who's running for Senate? Who's running for House of Representatives? Then you need to culminate and see what's up with them. What's swinging with them. But then you move up to the presidential race.
Senate and 180 House seats are also on the ballot.
That's what I'm saying. You got to move up. You got to move up. It's a moving up that has to happen.
Tax measures as well.
And don't forget to join Fox 5.
You can't just go in there and just voting. So, there's a lot that needs to go down, though, man.
Less than an hour left as we take a live look outside over downtown.
And we do thank our Fox 5 Atlanta team for that coverage. Time right now is 5:06 Eastern, 2:06.
So 6 o'clock, the polls stop. It'll be 3 over in
We're expecting an update from Maricopa County, Arizona, as election officials have been giving briefings all day long as those election day results are coming in. We're going to take a 2-minute break, head there live after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our live Election Day coverage. Our next live event taking us out to Arizona, where the Secretary of State there is giving an Election Day update. We're going to head there now live and listen in.
All accounts, the Election Day is going very well. across most of the state. We do have some minor issues that we will talk about, and some issues that we are working through right now and continuing to get updates from. So we'll have some stuff on that. Also, please, if you are messaging to voters, please let them know that if they are in line by 7 p.m., they don't have to be in the polling station, but if they are in line by 7 p.m., they are still eligible to vote. That's an important part of the way we do things here in Arizona. And then also along those lines, if voters still have their early ballots in their ballot by mail envelopes, they can cut right through the line, get up to the front, and drop those off immediately. They don't have to wait in line to drop off those ballots. Another quick thing, for any other voter information, Arizona.vote is going to be the general source for trusted information, and that's one of the things we want to make sure to get out there. All right, so we've got a couple of really important updates. As we get closer to the rush hour, voting is going to start increasing. We're already seeing a little bit more turnout, and the lines are getting a little bit longer right now. Folks are working hard across the state to make sure we get everybody through, and that's really important. But folks should be aware, the only people who are authorized to be in the polling places, aside from the poll workers and voters, are going to be folks who are official party observers appointed by the county party chairs of the major county parties and officials from the Department of Justice.
Well, you gotta do your research on both, because if you've done your research on both and you see that that's not having, neither one is advantageous.
Other groups or affiliates to enter any polling place.
So it's about y'all. What do you want, World War III, or do you want a Civil War? You pick. And that's the question.
Briefed completely on that. Apparently the issues were very easily resolved by some of the polling place officials on the ground, and so it didn't rise to any sort of a level of any sort of alerts. It's just we'll see how that little piece develops. We've been monitoring a particular threat that has emerged.
A threat.
Statement that we've gotten information from the FBI. Do we need to make an adjustment there? Yeah, okay. From the FBI. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. We are aware that there have been threats made, not just here in Arizona, but Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin as to bomb threats in Arizona. The threats pertained to 4 specific locations in Navajo County only. These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our
So people are just doing bomb threats. This is how crazy it is, but like this ain't even the tip of the iceberg yet. We screwed either way. I don't think people realize how much either way it doesn't matter. They think like picking the lesser of the two evils is a good thing. They don't realize that makes you evil. Because if you can sympathize with somebody who is evil, you evil.
Let's see.
How about fend for yourself?
To Apache County for an update. There has been an e-poll book and a printer problem. Now, this is county-wide. This doesn't only exist on the reservations in Apache County. There are technical teams out in the field that are resolving these issues. Most of the sites in Apache County are up and running well. As we understand at this moment, there are still some residual issues out in Apache County, and we're doing our best in our office with our folks to work with the county election officials there to see if we can resolve any of the remaining problems. I did have a meeting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and one of the delegates to the council and some of their staff, along with the state election director, excuse me, to talk about some of the details and continue those open lines of communication we have with our tribal governments as we try to facilitate voting that is not only in Apache County but also on the Navajo Nation. and in other spaces. So we're going to continue.
Ask them Cali folks how they feel.
Keep them updated as we get more information and back.
It's crazy because
It's very clear with the folks on the ground out there.
I don't know if people have noticed.
Help resolve those issues.
The narrative on Trump has changed over the years. I've noticed.
We already covered that one.
When he was
There is a little bit of
early on, he was beloved actually. And when he was on WWE, he was like back in. I'm just saying back in the day, like all this stuff. This social media age just brought along, and
you're not eligible to vote.
now it's just different. Now he's looked at different.
Same day voter registration. Some students, as I understand, are being informed otherwise, and they're being told that they can vote for president without being registered in Arizona. This is not true. And so if there are folks up there in the Flagstaff area, please understand that we're doing what we can to share on social media and in other ways to discourage this practice. But no voter can be turned away. And even if you vote with a provisional ballot, that's perfectly legal under the law. That doesn't mean it will necessarily count, and frankly, usually they do. But if you are not registered to vote within 29 days of the election, you are not eligible to vote if you are registered outside of Arizona. That is an Arizona voter.
All right. So if you're not, like they said, if you didn't sign up for this, you ain't signing up for this.
Manhattan polling site where I've seen women turn up in full force, and why they are voting? Well, they are voting for reproductive rights, voting rights of immigrants. That is what women are saying. So for all you know, when the results come out, the women voters could very well be that differentiating factor, something between, I'm sure you'll agree, we've seen happen in the Lok Sabha elections.
I just see a bunch of people that went to Diddy parties being with Kamala. I do. I see a bunch of people that went to the Diddy parties. That's with Kamala. I see I also see just a bunch of how can I term this? Controversial figures. More controversial figures are with Trump. You got the controversial guys with Trump. You got everybody that went to a Diddy party or celebrity is really with Kamala. That's the thing. All these, but it's one of those where this is crazy how we're letting celebrities determine that celebrities are becoming political figures to where they can determine an election now. We are allowing that. We're allowing because, Cardi B voting for her, so I got to. Oh, Beyonce voting for her, so I got to. Oh, Dana White voting for him, so I got to. Or Hulk Hogan voting for him, the Hulkster. So I'm, it's like, are y'all that's what we allowing? We're not allowing our personal research or personal beliefs stand above all of that?
2024 U.S. election, this is known to...
So that's my thing. Are we not doing our own research? Man, they on it, ain't they? So now, man, it's just one of those where you sit back, you wait, you chill, you calculate, you see what's going on. Because, right now I can see this election is going to go either way. So it's one of those where all of it, literally all of it. I'm hoping that we determine who's the winner tonight. Because to me, if that's the case, if we can determine the winner tonight, we should be good. And on the whole abortion thing, man, listen to me. Let me tell you this. I'm not for or against it. Let me say this. I'm for it in certain situations. Certain situations to me, yeah. You can do that. But to me, it has to be special cases. It can't be, oh, because I had sex with somebody and I just want to get rid of the baby. No, we should not take accountability away from safe sex practices, because that's another thing. Diseases is being spread all around this doggone country because of unsafe sex practices. So no, this should be an opportunity for you to practice safe sex. This should be the opportunity.
What people consider Latino or Black. Right? We're not a monolith.
Yeah, and I feel like people have been yelling that for a really long time. Not a monolith, and it might be actually this election cycle that tells people not a monolith, and I think that's really important. We also talk about the power of the Latino vote just because of sheer demographics, and now I think, again, this might be the election cycle where you see the power of the Latino vote just because the number of new eligible voters, half of those are Latinos. I mean, that is massive, and also, of those new voters, they vote 80% of the time. I mean, that is, again, the impact of that is...
It's going to be very interesting, man.
Also, just potentially could have a real change. This rally, I think, had a big impact, of course.
The one in Madison Square Garden. Yeah.
I want to talk to you about that in a second, but first, as we're keeping in mind not a monolith, what are some of the issues that you keep hearing again and again that are driving Latinos to the polls?
Often people will say immigration. I've been on 10 bajillion immigration panels, and they're like, actually, economy, and in their inflation, kind of under economy. But in a recent poll by Univision, which I find really interesting, while economy, inflation, very high still, mid-high 80s, racism was emerging as an issue at 70%. I thought that was really fascinating. Healthcare for Latinos as well.
And that's still a problem.
So kind of the same as kind of your enemy.
Y'all sound crazy.
But I think that new appearance in this poll of racism, again, post this rally, is kind of interesting.
Part of the reason why I'm glad we're here together is for years I've been telling people when they get confused, how are you Hispanic if your last name's O'Keefe? So if you don't have a someone on the bottom,
we're the Irish
we're the Black Irish.
So
you're joking, but you're not. It's very confusing to people. And of course, Latinos have married across a lot of different continents.
And I think part of what this cycle, as you said, this is the one that's going to demonstrate again the power and the influence that we have in different parts of the country. I was dwelling on the fact that it was Ricky Martin in Philadelphia last night. It was more critical of the Harris campaign than, say, her being out in Las Vegas with other actors and they're not in Pennsylvania, in other mid-Atlantic states, that they can throw elections one way or the other. And that's why they've been so intently focused on places like Allentown and Reading and Philadelphia.
And if you look at the swing states, that margin of victory, there are not enough Latino voters in each of those swing states.
But guys, even when people talk, so there's a lot made, for example, the former President Trump is getting Black voters to his camp, right? But it's who are those Black voters? Some of them may be folks who are naturalized Americans from African countries or other places in the Caribbean that are not African Americans. In other words, multi-generational Black Americans living in this country perhaps are breaking for Kamala Harris. But if you are a recent, if you are a first-generation person from Nigeria, you maybe don't want to see the chaos at the border as the way the president has.
Like I said, so it just depends, man.
We all have when covering politics because algorithms for different voters are so different. Your algorithm is different than mine is different than yours is different than yours. So we can't see unless it's shown to us what it is those voters are being, sent by campaigns or by those that are influencing information. I'm seeing this ad on my way on the train to Philadelphia a few weeks ago of this black guy telling other black men, you've got to vote for her. Why wouldn't you? She reminds us of our aunt. She reminds us of our mother.
So what does that have to do with voting? See, that type of statement is the reason why, like, I think it's dumb. You telling me because she looked like my mother, and because she looks like my aunt, I should vote for her. I don't want my mother or my aunt running this damn country. Do you understand what comes with running this country? I think a lot of people don't know. I'm serious. I think a lot of people don't understand what comes with running this country. I think we're just aloof to it. We think it's just a position now. We don't know, like, yo, they're literally the most powerful person in the world.
Way outside of the actual impact of the issue, talking about who's using what did not seem to really resonate with Latino voters. And some of the polling around abortion, when you're looking at Latinos, overwhelmingly Catholic, religious, actually, it's kind of a mixed bag, far more mixed than you might think, sort of if you were just going to guess at what the polls would show.
Parents are immigrants, extremely liberal. They're not getting behind a lot of the issues that are facing LGBTQ people or trans people. So it's really interesting.
All right, so whatever my thank you all so much.
So good to have you here, so with that. Oh man, very happy. All right.
So this election seems like it's coming down to, are you for abortions? Or are you for controversy? Because I don't feel the need, I don't feel necessarily that we as a country should that we should be voting based off of just them two issues. I think we should take the whole pie. What are they always talking about? So what's the pros? What is the cons? What is the good? Like you got to make a list. Like a lot of people didn't do it. They're just doing it. Oh yeah, she's talking about women's reproductive and women's rights and abortions and being able to do that and man, if y'all man, listen, it's more to it than that though. What else she talking about? What else he talking about? Yes, you got his money. Now what else are you talking about? It's one of those, like, I think nobody's looking at the whole pie of the situation. They looking at one issue. And they keep talking about, they have this thing that whoever votes for Trump is racist. You a fool if you think that. Why? Because y'all told us that y'all want democracy. When democracy is at display and freedom of choice is on display, you have a problem with that. You understand that? You understand how psychotic that is, right? So right now, we're looking at the Senate, right? The Senate right now is 38-28 Democrats. Republican, We need to pay attention to that. And then the House. We need to pay attention to the House. What goes on with that? Those type of situations and things are more concerning, more researched to lead you up to who you're voting for. And I say, forget the blue or red. Vote for the best candidate. Vote for who aligns with your beliefs, what you think. A lot of these candidates don't even align with your beliefs. And what you think. You can't legit sit up here and tell me that if you looked at the whole thing with Kamala and everything she stands for and represents, that you stand for. How you gonna talk black to me when you go home and sleep white? That's important to some though. You can't talk that black stuff to me or melanated stuff to me and you sleep white. You sleep white. And then you want to talk about abortions and stuff like that and women's reproductive. You don't have any children. So how can you stand on something? Oh, because you're a woman. Got it. I understand that. Listen, and if that's what y'all voting for, by golly, I'm happy for you. I'm glad you got out and you found a reason to vote. I didn't. I didn't find a reason to vote for that. Because a lot of that stuff, if we're looking at it from that perspective, if I had to vote, and you said you must vote.
Because we're now getting some exit polls from CNN, and they show that 72% of the people coming out of the voting booth today describe themselves as dissatisfied or angry, and there's a 58% disapproval rating of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
I'm voting. If a gun was held to my head and they said you must vote, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. And I wouldn't vote for Trump either, though. So I would be screwed regardless. I might write myself in on the ballot. That's how I feel. I mess around, write me in. I'll get a vote for president.
Because that's exactly what people are concerned concerned about.
Because I don't think I could bring myself to voting for either one. Because either one does not show me. All they show me is the dirt that the other one got on them. And the other one showed me the dirt that they got on them. And that's it. There's no really strategic method at what they're doing. They're slinging mud all day. So when you slinging mud all day, okay, well, after y'all get the mud off yourself, what are we really talking about? What are we really doing? What's the point? What's the policy? What are you going after? There was none of that. And I was waiting to hear that because I'm like, okay, this is going to determine whether I vote at all. No. Because I'm not going to vote for Kamala if it's just based off of women's rights and that's all you've been talking about, or it's based off the fact that you look like one of my aunties or my moms or something like that. That doesn't matter to me. We are in the middle of life or death. I don't think people understand that. We in between life or death. Life or death right now. That's the problem that I'm having with a lot of people. We're in the middle of life or death. And we're talking about one issue. Our lives is on the line, and you want me to be concerned with one issue. That's all I'm saying. It's mostly the reason that I couldn't vote for nobody, because to me,
see the numbers coming in, and there are going to be a number of states that do report the numbers tonight. I think by the end of tonight, we will have a pretty good idea who has won this election.
To me,
maybe a lot of those states might not be called, but I think
I am going to sit up here and I'm going to make a conclusion.
I think that in a fair and free election, Donald Trump is going to win this thing, and he'll make that statement at the appropriate
That
time.
I would not vote Trump because I can't get behind
That means that all the laws are followed. That means that everyone who wanted to vote can vote.
the immunity for the police.
Legally cast and legally
So you telling me with the race and police war that's going on, you're going to give them immunity? Talking about to do their jobs. I could never get behind you. You lost me there, Kamala. And why don't you promote safe sex practices? Why don't you promote safe sex practices? Or waiting until marriage to have sex and have babies? Why is it only that? Now, in certain circumstances, I'm for like I try to tell people, I am not for abortion. I'm not against abortion either. In certain situations, though, it can't be consensual sex between two adults and nobody wears a contraceptive. And we're talking about, oh, it's okay. Yeah, no, go ahead and kill the baby. What? No, I can't stand behind that. I can't stand with that. I would never. You don't get a get out of jail free card. Two consenting adults had sex without a condom. So why is that okay for them to kill that child? No. If you don't want the baby, get a baby up. But you're going to have the baby because that's going to teach you a lesson. Stop being out here just having sex to have sex without purpose and not practice safe sex if you're going to do it. We're not talking about that. We're not preaching that. We're just talking about I should have the right to have an abortion. It's my body, my choice. It's your body, your choice. So if it's your body, your choice, why not be proactive than reactive? An abortion is reactive. If you wear a condom, that's proactive. Why ain't we preaching proactivity? I never understood that. Why we don't preach proactivity rather than preach reactive? Because you decided to do that. Now, like I told you, I'm going to keep saying it so that people will hear me. In certain circumstances, I understand. Yes, it should be. It shouldn't be a ban.
Her presidency will not resemble a Joe Biden presidency. We know that Trump has essentially been saying, if you were going to do it, why didn't you do it the last 3.5 years? What do you think about her?
That's all I'm saying.
What is your response to that criticism?
Yeah, I wonder if
President Trump would ask Vice President Pence what policy he actually got passed. I think there was a young high schooler who paused that civics lessons during the first debate. What I would say, and what the Vice President has made very clear, is that she is not Joe Biden. And Donald Trump is not running against Joe Biden. He's running against Kamala Harris, a new generation of leadership in our party and in our country who has a vision to move us beyond the politics of hate and division, and who is working to unite the people of this country to achieve the greatness that is ahead of us. And so, yes, I am satisfied that the Vice President has communicated herself and articulated the vision.
I think that's the issue that a lot of people are having. It's the economy. Like I'm reading the poll. Like they got little polls things scrolling across, and they're talking about certain issues. So a lot of issues among, as an exit poll, they said a lot of the issues is the economy, the state of democracy, all kind of stuff like that. So the economy is really bad now. So.
Out of the country on behalf of Vice President Harris, having those very conversations. Because what I want the American people,
the fact that's really high though to say, because they got a poll saying, oh wow.
The working families. I have known her for more than a decade, and every time that she has had the opportunity to
dang. So they both got unfavorable. So there's an exit poll that asks opinion of Trump. Is it favorable or unfavorable? They both literally got unfavorable opinions about them. So nobody's sure. That was my point I've been screaming this whole time. Yo, neither one deserve a vote. You will never get me to say this one deserve a vote and that one don't. You won't get me to saying that.
And I think that union workers all across the country are going to be going into that battlefield tonight and have been over the past few weeks of early vote, making their voice heard and standing with someone who doesn't say that they should be fired because they go on strike to exercise their rights to collectively bargain. Who doesn't?
Do you see the difference though? See, I'm looking at that. Now that's important too. They asked Michigan, this is the state of Michigan, are you voting for Trump or are you voting against Kamala? 80 to 17%. Are you voting for Kamala or are you voting against Trump? 67 to 29% against Trump. Wow, they said they got to recount 31,000 ballots in Milwaukee. They're already starting the bull.
Just to give you an idea of what's happening here.
The bull already started.
The count here in Milwaukee of some 31,000 absentee mail-in ballots and early voting ballots because this machine, I'm sorry, someone's standing there, has just moved in front of the machine. Mark, can you see if you can ask them to move for us, please? These machines have like a little seal on them and the doors weren't completely closed. This morning when the tabulation started, there's going to be some 105,000 or more absentee ballots today. More than 30,000 were already counted. Out of an abundance of caution, they are restarting the count as of just a few minutes ago. There are 18 machines like the one that you're looking at in this facility here in the Baird Center in Milwaukee. And so that's going to put them many hours behind. They do believe that now that they may not finish until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning because of the restart. Again, they zeroed out the machines, meaning that the clock starts at 0 on each of these machines. They're not adding those ballots in a second time. But out of an abundance of caution, and if you can see that little red tape, that's where the door is that was ajar on all of these machines. So there's no wrongdoing at this time, guys, but out of an abundance of caution, it's going to make it a very late night to restart this count of some 30,000 plus absentee and early voting ballots.
Okay, Janet Shamlian, thank you for providing us and bringing us that.
So we ain't gonna know till like 5 in the morning.
What Janet is saying there about an abundance of caution, it makes me feel good about our democracy and about what our election process is like. As Janet says,
and I always said this. I think we need to keep on. To me, I think they need to take the 8 years off of being able to run. Reason being is, y'all, I am tired of do you understand? Okay, it's like coaching. A coach comes in, they establish their culture within the culture, right? Within that whole thing, right? Within the team. Imagine every 4 years there being a new coach, having to reestablish culture, have to reestablish rules and principles and everything like that. Imagine that. Can you imagine something changing that many times? Possibly every 4 years. And then listen, in the first 4 years that they gotta undo everything the last administration did. And it's like, man, I think you should be able to keep on running until a candidate pops up that beats you. I feel that way. I feel like if the people are satisfied with what's going on, I feel like you should be able to keep on running. Until somebody beats you. Until the people are tired. The people are sick of you. Or until stuff ain't working for them. I don't like that. I don't want, Because to me, reestablishing the culture every 4 years is the issue that we have today. This is why everything's so messed up. This is why all these other countries are way more stable than we are. Way more stable. Reason being, they don't change presidents every 4 damn years. Every 4 years, we gotta change. It's just not. It's not healthy. So, gotta figure that out. Figure that out there, because I'm cool with all this democracy and all that kind of stuff, but let me just tell you this. Y'all better know that keep on changing seats of president is an issue. And unless they give up, I feel like unless they give up or they lose an election, that we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't try to change president. I think we should keep it. I ain't talking about a dictatorship. You can still keep, even let the people vote on it. But what I'm saying is they should be allowed to keep on going. If they win their primary again, keep on going. If they keep on winning, you know what I'm saying? Keep on going until they lose. Well, she's supposed to say that. But yeah, man, it's a lot. Yeah. And now you get people getting kicked out of games, not being able to enter places, because they have on a certain hat. They have on a certain shirt. They're being told, no, you got to leave the game. Why, though? Why? Why is that being taken away? Now you can't wear what you want to wear now? And so that's another issue I have. Is that the discord on one side is kind of lopsided. That's why I was like, you know what? Let me go do my research on the other side, because I feel like if they just push this, yeah. Look, violence. See, a national poll. Violence resulting from presidential war. There's going to be, I'm trying to tell y'all now, I'm going to warn y'all now. Be careful on y'all way out tomorrow. Because based off of what happens tonight, things are going down. I'm just telling y'all how it is. Things are going down. It's going to get crazy out there. It is going to be very, very, very important that you keep an eye on every single thing. Because I'm going to tell you this. Whoever get in there, us as melanated folk, we better look out. We better watch. We better be vigilant about what is going on and what is happening. I'm just telling y'all this now.
The thing you have to drive home, because I'm sure we're going to talk about Has she distinguished herself in what she's going to do and what's different? She only had 100 days to distinguish herself when Donald Trump's been running for president now for like 47 years.
So, Trisha, let me ask you, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns frequently attacked each other throughout this campaign.
That's it.
But the former president was particularly tough on the vice president, using sometimes vulgar language. He questioned her racial identity. When you hear what you saw over the course of the last 6 months, do you think voters are thinking about that as they go to the polls?
Yeah, I think definitely on both sides. I think that Americans don't want us to be so divided at this point. I mean, I know, the sitting president, Biden, he called, he might have waffled a little in his words, but he did call half of Americans garbage. Tim Walz repeatedly said that Republicans who attend Trump rallies compare them to Nazis. So I don't think Americans want this kind of rhetoric. I think Donald Trump, when he's at his best, he's talking about policy solutions, whether that be immigration reform, really strengthening our border. We know the immigration crisis that's going on. When we talk about the economy, getting inflation under control, when we talk about peace in the Middle East, peace in Ukraine, that's when Donald Trump's on his best. And I was glad to see that in his closing argument yesterday.
So, Trisha, one of the things that has been interesting, when we talk to folks on the ground, they say, look, they don't like the language. They think that Donald Trump is rude. They think he's crude. They might not even want him to babysit their children, but they like what his message is on the economy. They like his message.
Yeah, because a lot of people's pockets were laced with him. But you're just not going to get me to do it not as this.
It's not that it doesn't matter, but I think this election is about priorities. I think because of where we are with the economy, the fact that
What she just said might have been the smartest point that I've heard somebody say so far. She said this thing is about priority. What is top priority for you? If you're telling me abortion is top priority for you, then you're probably gonna vote for Kamala. If you're telling me that your top priority is to make sure that this immigration thing doesn't, because it's affecting your job too. You gotta think about immigration is affecting everybody. Reason being, jobs is being taken. Wanna know why? Because I can pay him under the table and ain't gotta pay taxes on it, and I can pay him what I want. And so you got that going on. So listen, this election is coming down to what's top priority for you. What do you think is priority? Because based off of what you think is priority is who you're gonna vote for. For me personally, I couldn't come to a conclusion of who I was voting for. I couldn't do it. Because in my mind, it's one of those where, okay, look at Jay. Okay. Listen, I hear you. I couldn't do it though. I couldn't do it personally. Reason being is just certain things that he say I don't agree with, and there's certain things that she say that I don't agree with. So I gotta weigh that out and realize, you know what? This ain't my election to vote in. It's just not. It's not. And one thing about me, you won't hear me complain no longer about anything that goes on in America because I already know what's about to go down. So I'm trying to tell you, it's either World War III or it's a Civil War. You pick which one you want. And that's really the basis of this thing. I'm telling y'all right now, Kamala get in there, you got to realize you got Russia to deal with. You got Iran to deal with. You got China. You got all these different countries to deal with. North Korea. Don't even forget about North Korea. You still got to deal with them. Our race relations outside of this country are terrible. And I don't think she makes that better. But also I have to look at it from a standpoint of if he get up in there, we going to civil war in this country because that thing that he said about immunity for cops is going to be a problem. I'm telling you, it'll be an all-out bloodbath in the streets if cops are given full immunity. So, them are 2 points I couldn't say, you know what, this is less evil than this. I couldn't do that. So I said, you know what, this ain't my election, and I also won't complain about what happened. I'll just continue to be a whistleblower and give y'all the knowledge that I obtain and get. And no, that's all I can do. I couldn't bring myself to deciding which is who. Because I'm the type of dude is I realize I'm not finna bet on the lesser of the two evils. I'm not finna vote for the lesser of the two evils. I'm just not. I just don't think I could do it, man. And I realize a lot of people can. I realize a lot of people can. They say, you know what? This is a little less evil than that. She a little less evil than him. He a little less evil than her. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting, though, to sit and watch how this election turns out. I'm going to tell you that now. When these polls start closing and everything, we lock in. We ready to see what's going on. So, it's going to be interesting tonight, man. It's going to be interesting tonight. I just don't. I hope I know. I'm kind of brewing the idea of who I think is going to win the election. But I ain't all the way sure. I'm not all the way sure. That's a fact. No, listen. I agree, bro. Listen, I agree. I couldn't vote for Trump, though. The immunity thing for cops, it threw it off of me. I was good after that. I'm straight. I said, you know what? I can't deal. And that's the reason why, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That wasn't a thing that he should have. I ain't gonna lie. When second he said that, he lost me. And then her is just based off of I watched her pander to our race so much. When she ran for president before, she never did that. So we got to remember that too. She ran for president before. She didn't make it in the primary, but what I'm saying is she ran. And it was never pandering to us the way she did now. But I'm not going to let a celebrity and my favorite artist determine who the hell I'm voting for. Because they don't equal. Politics and artistry do not equal. They don't. So you're not going to get me to vote. You're not getting me to vote. Nah. Nah, you're not going to get me to vote. Shannon Sharp said, no, you ain't going to get me to vote just because of that. So it's a big issue, man. I think it's a big issue. And we're going to see what happened tonight. We're going to see what the people say. So we're going to see, man. We are going to see what is going to happen. It's real talk, man. Because I actually do think that Russia's watching and they salivating right now. Because whatever happens with this election, Russia is ready to do whatever they're going to do. Whatever that's going to be. So we shall see. We shall see. I think the world is watching tonight. They're tuning in. Because they know this is such a pivotal election. Because it's either this or that. What are we going to do? So, I can't definitively say who's going to win it. And even if they, like I said, I can't say they got it right either way. You just got to wait and see what's the next moves. So they at Times Square in New York. It's almost 6 o'clock. Like I said, polls will be closing here really soon for certain states. And we're going to see. As united as people want us to be, we're not really that united on this one. Yeah, we're not united on this decision. America is split on it, and there's division on it.
What we're finding is that what unites us is a lot more powerful than what separates us.
So.
to learn about the state of our politics. I often love sort of the backstories of what's happening at polling places. That it's fun. People are talking not about politics, but
So we shall see how this thing gonna go, man. Like I said, I'm here. I'll be here all night until we crown a president. So I'm in for the long haul. So listen, if you see me get up or you don't see me at the screen, I went to get something to eat. I went to stretch. I went to walk around for a second. Take a little bit of a break, but I'm here. I am here. Because I'm going to be on here for a while, man. Because we're not going to, I don't know if we're going to know until about 4 or 5 in the morning. So I got to lock in until 4 or 5 in the morning. I got to find a way. I got to find something to drink or something, man. Not like that, but like an energy drink or something. Because I got to stay up. So hopefully, we find we get a decision. It's not going to be at like 12 or nothing like that. It's going to be way later than that. But I ain't gonna lie. I think the quicker it is, the quicker like we getting the votes in and all that. I don't even know who that favor. Normally there'd be like a favorite, but it's not. But I just noticed in this election that it's just coming down to where do you stand on abortion, immigration, economy, on those issues. Because depending on where you stand on with that will determine who's going to win this election. Because I'm looking at, like, they're showing the most important thing out there that I'm noticing on the exit polls is the economy. And if that is the case, and if it's economy, I'm not going to lie, that probably favors Trump more. It probably does favor Trump more with the economy. Because if that's the big issue, I'm not going to lie. I'm just telling you how this world works. They're not going to go with the regime that was in there. Because I think people are realizing that, no, she was in there. She was voting. She was doing her due diligence. As far as just being, I'm saying, like, she was a part of this last administration. We watched and seen what happened. We watched these, the illegal immigrants come through here. We watched it. We seen it. It's going to be a problem, man. I just don't know. I don't know. But if you stand on the side of abortions and women's rights and, those type of things, I think you're going to roll with Kamala. I just do. Because we done boiled it down to 2 things rather than look at the whole pie. It's way more pie to it than we looking at it. It's way more to it. Yep, and I'm going to get the information right now that I'm looking for. Because I'm trying to look for when is the earliest poll closing. Let's see. By our guide. Okay, so 7 to 7:30. So 7 to 7:30, Georgia, Indianapolis, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont closes. 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. 8 o'clock. Got Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, PA, Rhode Island, Tennessee. And then at 8:30 is Arkansas. And then at 9 o'clock, Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, yep. So Indiana and Kentucky. Okay. 6, let me see. 7, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, Michigan, Mississippi. Texas closed at 8. That's a big state too. It's Texas. So.
Watching this together, talking to the White House, what happened? Step down.
Look what happened. Shots have rung out at a rally where President Trump was addressing the crowd.
They have extended the security perimeter around the Republican National Convention, which is set to get underway
Wow.
President Joe Biden has decided to.
Yeah, this is gonna be a.
2024 race.
It's gonna be an interesting night, man. We gonna see what America is saying. Yeah, we gonna see.
I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country.
It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page.
Both candidates presenting vastly different closing arguments.
We're running out of ways to say close, tight, even, right? We were going to get from late.
We're going to unleash a golden age of prosperity. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell.
We will make America great again.
And I ain't gonna lie, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of the slogans. I'm about to lose my mind. I'm so glad on the commercials it's over with. We ain't gotta see that. So glad it's the last night of it. I mean, listen, we have been locked in. We've been waiting. We've been here.
In just 1 hour from now, 7 p.m. Eastern. That includes
So 6 states. All right, so 6 states, 60 electoral votes up for grabs at 7. They're going to start closing and then they'll start getting the thing. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the early stuff go. But then as the night start getting on, you start seeing a little bit more. And then we locked in. We there. Because I feel like, to be honest with you, we had a place right now where America can't be more divided than it already is right now. There's not a consensus to me of who's going to win. There's not a consensus of who has this. It's not. It's split. We don't know. We go into this night with the unknown, man. And I think that might be the scariest thing. The unknown. For a lot of people. I know for me, man. It don't matter either way. I'm going to do my thing. I'm not allowing the government to slow me down on what I got to going. For real talk. I can't let them determine what's next for me. I won't.
We believe, if you just look at the two major parties, we think that there's a slight Republican registration advantage over the Democrats by about 1. But the largest cohort is non-party or independent. And another
Yep.
thing, we ask people what party do they belong to. Democrat, Republican, something else independent.
Like I said, we're going to be here all night, y'all. So get locked in, get your snack. I'll be here when you go to sleep, and I'll probably be here when you wake back up. depending on what happened tonight.
Featuring Donald Trump. And fewer people are identifying as conservative than any election featuring Donald Trump. The liberal number is
So,
actually pretty stagnant.
yeah, let's, yep.
Pretty,
Get some chips,
what does that mean?
some dip.
Look, you talk to our pollsters and they'll tell you the moderate number is everything. Democrats always win moderates by a big number. The question is, can they win it by 20 plus points or to offset, some of their partisan disadvantages there? And the independent numbers are big too because Democrats did not do well in the voter registration front throughout the last 4 years. It was Republicans who did much better in the voter registration. It means she has to win independents. And the fact that there are more people identifying as independent, I think even raises the stakes even more that might be the single most crucial voting group we can look at.
Independent.
We talked about the divide between men and women. We've been talking about this gender gap for a while. We can take a look now at how gender gap breaks down on issue. And I want to just be clear on the
State of democracy.
According to these early exit polls, number one, they could change. Number two, just because a candidate is leading on the top issue does not mean that they win. But it can cut both ways depending on if you're a Republican or a Democrat.
Well, it does, and I want to tell people that we offer 5 choices on issues.
Wow.
4 of them are specific issues: economy, abortion, immigration, and foreign policy. The 5th is this umbrella issue, state of democracy. And what it tells me is the voters going, look, I'm not here for one specific issue. I'm here because I'm worried about X. And there's a lot of what I call the existential threat voters who believe if the other party gets power, their way of life is in trouble. And first of all, it's interesting that this is basically cutting right down the middle. So that means you have a chunk of voters in both parties.
They got a chunk of, that's how it's going to be. They got a chunk of both people in each party that don't know what they're going to do.
I understand why they're, I think if you don't have a specific issue, you chose that. And that tells me, in some ways, this is a very macro election. People really believe the stakes are high in this election. And that's what that, to me, that's what that tells me.
Let me pick up on one of these threads too, because you talk about independents and moderates. You saw the vice president, the Harris campaign, really try to extend an olive branch to that particular group. That was on the campaign trail that she was bringing in for Congresswoman Republican Liz Cheney to try to turn out some of those folks who identify as more moderate. She's also worked to extend an olive branch to late deciders as well. And here's the exit polls. About 12% of voters say they made their decision on who to vote for in the last month. 86% made it before that. And you also have people who decided in just the last week to turn out as well. We're going to pull those numbers up in just a second too. 7% in just the course of the last 7 days. And you had some news made over the course of the last week.
It is, and one of my theories of this election to watch for tonight has always been, are we going to see a 2016 effect? And what I mean by that is, it's pretty clear now in hindsight that going into the election, there was a lot of voters waited to the last second to make that decision, and they make the decision.
I'm shocked that he's 44% on that poll.
Move in the same direction. That usually tells you.
Because they asked, the question is, who do you trust more with abortion? It was 51% Harris, 44 Trump. I'm shocked he was 44. Wow.
It is certainly among the top issues for voters. So we're lucky to have our expert correspondent, Christine Romans, covering all things economy for us. And you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to figure out the gender gap when you look at the economy, you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old. Right?
Oh, wow.
Who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy.
Wow. Okay, so they're bringing in. Okay, so now they're showing Indiana 1% is in, and it's showing Trump winning it, But I expect Kentucky, them type of states. I'm expecting Trump. See, the thing about it is, I expect Trump to get out to an early lead. I don't know if he's gonna keep it when the other stuff, once 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock start rolling in, and you start getting those other states involved. Maybe the gap shortens up. But I expect early on, he's probably going to get to a lot of these early votes. And so we're going to stay updated. We're gonna keep this dialogue going through all night, man. But yeah, like I said, if you walk away from your phone, it's fine. I'm going to be here when you get back. If I walk away, just stay here. I'll be back. Because I'm going to get something to eat eventually. And I don't want to eat on camera with y'all. That's crazy. That's too much democracy. It's too much we sharing. Nah, I'm going to eat off camera. But I'm here. You'll hear my voice. But you won't see my face. when I'm eating, but then I'll come back into the camera and everything like that.
Considering how many people have been complaining about inflation. And by the way, this is a question we didn't even have to ask 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were asking about the pandemic. Now we're asking about inflation. Reminder. I want you to something.
Yeah, man.
Finances worse today.
Worse. See, they ask financial families compared to 4 years ago, how are your finances? So, wow, damn. They said it's 45% said that it's worse today. 30 said it's cool. And then the rest say it's better.
Natasha, as you well know, part of the strategy here for the Trump campaign is to take that 44% and make sure that they get to the polls, that they turn out and vote.
Here we go.
Charging the people who are back in, Natasha.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And a large focus for that base is men. You heard Christine Romans there just talk about the gender gap. From being out in the field, would almost call it like a gender chasm, a gender Grand Canyon. It is so stark, this divide, and it could be the defining factor.
It's crazy how it's this is gonna come down to men and women. It literally is. And can both parties get, because men are not can men come over to the Kamala Harris side and get under her wing, and that's their goal, to focus on that. I don't like how they did it because they singled out melanated men. They singled us out everybody. They didn't talk about Jewish. They didn't talk about Irish. They didn't talk about the other Americans that are voting. They came directly to us, and they singled us out and made it seem like it's because we're sexist. When it could just be that we don't agree with what she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. So it's gonna be interesting tonight, for sure.
Law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have seen him sowing seeds of doubt about this election with no evidence to support anything nefarious happened.
An important reality check here. Dr. Burns, live person, South Florida.
Yep.
Let's take a look now at the favorability for Vice President Harris. We can see it here now. 50% of exit polled voters say that they had an unfavorable opinion of her versus 48% who say that they have a favorable opinion of her. In other words, that they like her, that they are into her, if you will. Let me bring it to Peter Alexander, who's
Yeah.
She's at Howard University in Washington, where the Vice President is holding her watch party. Peter, give us a sense of what you're hearing and seeing from the campaign at this moment.
Wow. So they want, okay, that's a close race. So Biden won 51.3% of the vote in the 2020 election. Dang.
Sense that Americans thought the country was headed in the wrong direction. They had largely been dissatisfied with President Biden's handling of his time in office. Could have an impact on her ultimately. It's likely in part what that is.
I think everybody needs to, like I said, do what you think is best for you. Whatever you prioritize, do that. That's what democracy is about. You won't hear me tonight at all sway nobody. You're not gonna hear me tonight sway no voters. I'm not telling you that you picked the wrong person. I ain't doing that. Because at the end of the day, it's about you and what you think is priority to you. That's the beautiful thing about democracy. That is the beautiful thing about having freedom. Freedom of speech. So, we're going to see. Definitely going to see, man.
Sending more voting machines there, election officials are, and the campaign sending more support in the form of some of its surrogates to keep those folks in line in hopes that they'll come out in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical to that campaign and to the former president's campaign as well. Peter Alexander.
And a lot of people getting out and voting for the first time, man. Congratulations to y'all. Real talk.
Not just the national landscape here, but some of those key swing states. Remember, exit pollsters post up at some 600 locations all across the country. So let's get a look at some of the results here. So remember, that's Pennsylvania, that's Michigan, that's Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Sunbelt, very similar story here too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watch in just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia.
So Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia are closing at 7. And 30 minutes later, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Yeah, 8 o'clock, Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee.
Checking in with our teams in Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin as our special coverage of Decision 2024 continues.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported his disastrous economic agenda, higher taxes on the middle class. Kamala backed his open border policy.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man, y'all just lock in, man. Leave a like. Leave a comment. Subscribe to the channel. Whatever y'all want to do. You know, we're gonna be here for a while. So I'm prepared, I'm locked in, I'm ready. Man, I'm doing this sober, man. People asking, what you drinking? Sober water? Like, yeah, nah. Let me set this up real quick. I'll be right back. Always make sure this is 100. Got at least 10 minutes. Brr. Alrighty. We locked in. You know, people would be like, man, you ain't even vote. Couldn't make a decision. And I wasn't gonna make a wrong decision to appease people. I wasn't sold on either candidate. I just wasn't. I wasn't sold on either one. So, I know, like I said, for me, that's just me. I wasn't sold on either one. I wasn't cool with what was said by one side, and I wasn't cool with what was said by the other. It's a bunch of mudslinging, man. It wasn't no, you know, I just didn't. And a lot of stuff that a lot of them was talking about, you know, is that stuff gonna get passed? I think the Senate race and the Senate race and the House race is more important than that. Real talk. That race is more important than the presidential race. Because who in control of that is going to be in control whether the stuff that we talked about getting passed or not. So people need to lock in with that and see what's up. Wow, 72% are dissatisfied and angry about the feelings about the U.S. Wow. Democracy in the U.S. today. 73% feel democracy is threatened.
This is a macro election. This is not one that's being decided by a single issue. Voters coming in here, they're nervous. They're not happy with the way things are going. We have 70+% is when we vote Harrison Trump voters in that.
That's right.
I mean, so this is not about they're not happy with a specific party in Washington. This is bigger than that. This is about who's an American. So I do think that we've seen. This is why I think we've seen what feels like people feeling not as good about how things are going about the country, but also uncertain. We're not even certain that either president is going to make them do it.
And that's the thing. I think that's what the disapproval rates and the approval rates is about. I don't think either candidate, like I said, stated their case. Neither one of them is over 50% in approval. So they feel like America feel like we screwed either way. Like that's what I was saying. I was telling somebody that earlier. I said, bro, we screwed either way. But they make your well, I didn't vote, but I guess you go vote. That's what they tell you. I didn't because I'm like, yo, I'm not finna pick up the lesser of the two evils. You're not gonna get me to do that. I don't do that kind of stuff.
2 times that Donald Trump's on the ballot.
So
I think it's very significant, and I think it's a sign that this is a very fluid electorate, and I might be very careful reading too much into that like that.
When I hear you say that, my takeaway, let's be careful then. I don't know anything.
yeah, because we don't know what's gonna happen. So buckle in.
Win this election, because it's the only way you can win, because so few, literally only fewer than 3 informed voters are picking one of the 2 major parties to identify with.
Of course, we know this isn't a national election. This is going to be won or lost in the battleground states as we get from that road to 270. So I have one of those states now, Wisconsin, and already a big headline coming out of there. The city of Milwaukee now says it will recount all of its absentee ballots. I'm going to bring in Shaquille Brewster.
So they got Milwaukee has to recount all their ballots. I think it was about 31,000. They said.
Yeah, Holly, this is something that's
do the absentee.
Locations, but instead happening downtown where
Let me see here.
they gather all of that early vote, people who voted early in person, and those mail-in ballots, and they count them all at once.
They're mail-in ballots due to the machine messing up.
High-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't locked properly. So the clerk there went around, got the Republican observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators. But they're saying out of the abundance of caution to eliminate any doubt and in order to be fully transparent, they went through and emptied.
All right, Shaq's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I'm going to take you to another battleground state. We'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of Georgia. Polls are going to close there.
State of Georgia.
40 minutes from now. Remember, this is a very close, razor-thin margin back in 2020 with former President Trump's loss, and became ground zero for alleged election interference. Again, no evidence to support
Here we
that.
go.
We're asking voters there, how confident are we that this year's election is being conducted fairly and accurately? 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81% say they feel good about the elections there. Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there, Blaine.
Alaska.
Let's check on where things stand.
Alaska polls, I think Alaska polls, they were saying them close to like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, dang.
Here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder right back there. Those machines, that's where we're going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Holly, we know it very well. We talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those many claims during 2020. I think what's interesting, Holly, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time.
Wow.
Kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and Democrats, kind of here amongst the general population with us members of the media. So that's what's happening here. Now, just for a big picture of what's kind of happening around the state, you know about those record early voting numbers. More than 4 million people passed a ballot. That led to very short lines today. In fact, I got to say that between me and my
4 million people in Georgia voted early. I did notice that though. I seen that a lot on my social media accounts. A lot of people voted early. Yeah, I wasn't. Like I said, I wasn't voting just based off of what I heard from both sides, man. I just wasn't going to do it. So.
because that's an hour couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, I should say Metro Atlanta for both candidates, is very different from what we saw in the closing days of 2020. Back in 2020, Donald Trump was going to the reliably red counties, kind of on the southern part, the northern part of the state. This time, everybody has been focused for the most part on Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really is where both of them are relying on the vote share to come in and take them across the finish line. Blaine Alexander live for us there in Valparaiso, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Let me take you back to Milwaukee now. Rashad, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest of what's happening there.
Yes. Yes, bottom line, downtown, those ballots are going to be recounted. Nothing nefarious happening, but because of an agreement between Republicans and Democrats, they just want to make sure that there's some transparency there. So they're recounting those ballots. That might mean a later night here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's gonna be a later night.
Smooth. I want you to take a look inside this polling location. I'll tell you here at this location, the clerk says that the line this morning stretched out of the door that it went.
Wow, it seemed like the line done died down.
So they said that they've been having a lot of people take advantage of Wisconsin's same-day registration and go into that table that we were just looking at and actually register in person on this election day.
Wow.
The story, Alec, is that someone said he was undecided up to the moment that he walked up to this polling location, which is essentially a field house here in Milwaukee in a park. He said he didn't know who he was going to decide on, so he took 2 laps around the park. He did a long walk and finally decided he would be backing, in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris. But you mentioned Milwaukee is a place that we're going to be watching incredibly closely. It's one that has been the focus for Democrats. Saw a lot of big visits ahead of Election Day. It's one that is very important to them. So we're going to be watching these results very closely. Unfortunately, those results might take a little bit longer to come and to be produced because of that little snafu downtown.
Shaq, Minister, talking with maybe the latest late decider in the polling place where you are now. Shaq, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are just about now 35 minutes away from polls closing in Battleground, Georgia. Not too long from now, to the other states where polls close at 7 p.m. Georgia is the one to watch. You've also got 7:30 poll closings in North Carolina. Ohio is interesting as well. There's a key Senate race there, and you can see the swing states that you need to be circling on your map at home, and I'm sure you have one. And their special coverage here, Decision 2024 continues tonight. Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt will pick up right after a break. They are going to take you all the way to 2 a.m. Eastern and
Go back. Let me see something.
not too long from now. You can see the other states where polls close at 7 p.m. Georgia is the one to watch.
I'm just writing down the battleground states.
Ohio is interesting as well. There's a key Senate race.
So let me see. So we got Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. All right.
And you can see the swing states that you need to be circling on your map at home, and I'm sure you have one, at our special...
Okay. So I'll be paying attention to those.
Conditioning or plumbing expert, you'll find there's only one. Right now at Peachtree Service Experts, get a price tune-up for just $99.
He said we're gonna be. Hey, you crazy? We might, depending on what happened, man. Hey, this election, I ain't gonna lie to you. It feel, I ain't gonna lie, it's low key 50-50, man. Low key. I don't know how America gonna vote, man. I don't know how they gonna pop out and show niggas. Oh, show people, I meant, my bad. They got to pop out and show brothers. I don't know, man. We're gonna start getting some results rolled in though. and then we'll be able to determine what's up. So I know at 7 o'clock, I'm gonna go over to CNN on their stream and watch, see what's up for sure. Cause this is a very important day, man. CNN coverage. I always like CNN coverage, man.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania every weeknight. It's your news playlist. Top story for Time Out.
Pop out and show, brothers.
Good evening from our NBC News Decision 2024 election.
Decision 2020.
Closest election this country has ever seen, and we are going to cover every moment of it.
Our live coverage of election night begins right now. Tonight, it all comes down to this. One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris make history as the first female president?
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be America's new golden age.
An election wrought by upheaval.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
And violence. Now in the hands of some 150 million Americans who headed to the polls to have their voices heard.
Our correspondents live at campaign headquarters and with real-time updates from across the battleground states. Our decision desk ready to call the races. And our expert team here to break down all of it.
We have brand new exit polls just in, with the first poll closings of the night just a half hour away.
Who will control Congress? Who will be the next president of the United States?
It's all decided.
Who's going to control Congress? Huge question right there. Who's going to do it?
NBC News, Decision 2024. Live from Democracy Plaza at Rockefeller Center. Here now, Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our live coverage of Election Night 2024.
Hi everybody, good to have you along with us. Never before in modern political history have we entered an election night with the polls so close and busting with so much uncertainty.
Yeah, the campaign for president has really been a 2-year-long roller coaster ride. Some have found it exciting, most, however, anxiety-inducing. But it's ending, as it always does, with you, the voters. You can see here the long lines across the country as Americans carry out their civic duty.
After all of the speeches, the debates, the $1 billion in TV ads, we've seen some of those, the first polls are finally set to close in less than a half hour, and we'll begin to answer the question of who will be the 47th President of the United States.
Today, Kamala Harris was working the phones, talking to voters, and Donald Trump cast his ballot in Florida along with his wife, Melania.
A reminder of what will be decided tonight. It's not just the presidency on the line, but control of the Senate and the House of Representatives as well. And of course, nobody knows which way any of this will go. As we look at Democracy Plaza outside Rockefeller Center here in the heart of New York, we see the key number tonight. You'll see it a lot.
270.
270. That is the number of electoral college votes a candidate needs to win the White House. And as it has been for the candidates this campaign, much of our focus tonight will be right here in the 7 battleground states that are most likely to decide this election.
Our correspondents are spread out across all of them and at campaign headquarters, but we're going to begin right here in the studio as we stand by for the vote count. We're hearing directly from voters in a new round of exit polls, and Tom Yamas has the latest on that. Tom, good evening.
Lester and Savannah, great to be with you tonight. So we asked voters as they voted, right after they left, who they wanted to vote for and how they voted. These are called the exit polls. There's about 600 of them across the country in the 7 battleground states, plus Texas, Florida, and Ohio. So here's our preliminary data. Again, this could change. We want to tell you that. So when we asked voters the most important issue, 34%, the top issue was state of democracy. Right under that, the economy at 31%, abortion, 14% immigration, 11%. Remember, that's how former President Trump decided to close out his campaign, and 4% for policy. As we move on here, we ask, who do you trust more to handle the economy? 47% for the vice president, 51% for Trump. Remember, the former president ran on that as well, trying to close on that. We also ask, who do you trust more to handle abortion? Vice President Harris chose to close out her campaign on this message as well. 51% for the vice president, 44% for Trump. Savannah?
These are early exit polls, and we should mention that we don't have full information and people are still voting. But let's go back to this most important issue. I think some eyebrows were raised when stated democracy becomes the top issue. Some people think, oh, does that favor the Democrats? Is that January 6th, that kind of thing? It means different things to different people.
Yeah, and we're going to be completely transparent tonight. It was surprising to us as well, because you think maybe the top issue would have been the economy, abortion, or immigration. State of democracy, but we have to understand here, we can't dig too deep into the data just yet because people are still voting. We'll have more that we can break down in the hours ahead. But state of democracy, essentially, that was the question. So who doesn't like democracy? All Americans like democracy. So whether you love Trump or you love Vice President Kamala Harris, that might be your top issue. It doesn't tell us a whole lot, but what it does tell us is that this electorate is motivated, and they came out to vote today.
And they need what's the state of the country and how important
State of
this
democracy.
election is. And many, many people feel there are very high stakes, Lester. Let's get right to it. Peter Alexander at the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., campaign officials telling him they're feeling confident about the young voter turnout so far. What do you hear, Peter?
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we wait for Kamala Harris to arrive here a little bit later this evening, this is her alma mater at Howard University. The early indications, at least in the eyes of the Harris campaign, are good ones, specifically as it relates to the turnout among young voters. They're pointing to that. Take, for example, they say what's happening in Pennsylvania is a good indication of heavy turnout in their favor, particularly in schools like Lafayette and Lehigh. The campus of Lehigh University, they note at times today the line was up to 7 hours long. The campaign
7 hours long.
Additional support. That support coming in the form of some celebrity assistance. Some of the stars of the Avengers film series, Don Cheadle, Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, campaign sources tell me will be arriving there.
We're allowing, we can't allow celebrities to determine who we vote for, though, y'all. I think that's one of the dumbest things that I've seen go on this whole election, is that we're literally allowing celebrities to determine who we're going to vote for.
The favorability numbers right now, Savannah and Lester, the numbers according to early exit polls show that Kamala Harris is at 48% in terms of her favorability. Compare that to 44% for former President Trump, and notably, Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man along whom she ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There have been some real concerns that could have been an albatross for her, given so many Americans had indicated they thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Things we'll be watching over the course of this evening.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Haake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today, already talking about widespread cheating. What is he saying?
That's right, Lester, and his posts running contrary to the campaign's spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they came here tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center, an absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump, and of course didn't happen in 2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with the senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they are cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today, and that the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always
So 10%
felt
is in
for them on the
for
broad spectrum of
Indiana.
issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine
4% is in for Kentucky.
just a short time ago, posting without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high, and ironically places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did in 2016 in a win. Trump has said for the duration of this campaign, and especially in its closing days, that he believes the only way he could lose is if there is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states. We'll be watching to see what else he has to say about it tonight.
Okay, Garrett, thank you. We're going to go to Battleground, Pennsylvania now. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is in Philadelphia, where they've actually added 2 extra voting machines at one polling station because of the huge crowds. Jacob.
Yeah, Lester, good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been watching the line at Temple University. As a matter of fact, it used to stretch all the way down to the next avenue over here. Now the line, which was about 2.5 hours long, is quickly moving inside ahead of an 8 o'clock poll closing time here at Temple University. This is one of 1,703 different election divisions all across the state.
Pennsylvania is always, it's definitely a swing state, boy, because Biden won 50%, Trump had 48.8%, and then in 2016, Trump won 48.6%, Hillary Clinton 47.9%. It's close in those states. My goodness.
A positive sign for the Harris campaign, but of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
All right, well, we're right over here at the big board, 270. We mentioned it is the magic number tonight. That is what it will take to win the White House. Each campaign said they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Yamas at the big board, because this is the big picture. Yeah. Here's the map, the gray areas of the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number too.
Yeah, and this is how we ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight, and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember, Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path of the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, if he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia, he can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight. Counting up.
Dang.
Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. We shall see. Lester, let's go to you.
You two are terribly optimistic. Thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the Press. And Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. You've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching those early returns to see.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy because men voters are with Trump, women voters are with Kamala. So they split. That's going to be interesting because how many of the women voters can Trump get and how many of the men voters can Kamala get? So that's going to be questions.
Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic-held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters. In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate. In 2020, down to 1 state, Maine. What do we see tonight? It's really been dwindling over the years.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Let's go over to Savannah now.
Poll closings are about to start at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, including the battleground of Georgia. And if you wonder how we're able to call some of these races so quickly, stay put. We're going to take you inside. We'll show you how we do it right after the break.
Loud in his house.
And we celebrate every credit score bump with Zelle.
Now it's actually really quiet in here, so. Yeah, right now, you know, we're about 15 minutes away from the polls closing, and in the first 7 states, or 6 states, 60 electoral ballots. You know, we just gonna sit here. Imagine if he could flip a big state like imagine if he could flip a state like California. California probably will never go red, but that would be crazy. Good.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your
Here we go.
podcasts.
Don't.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage.
All right.
Election centers across the country hard at work right now. You can see their election workers coast to coast counting ballots as they roll in on this historic night. One place that's speeding up its vote count system is Battleground, Michigan, with 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit, where people are still registering to vote. Jesse.
That's right, Lester. Our colleague Julia Jester tells us in downtown Detroit there are still people lining up to register to vote or to deal with the registration issue like a change of address. So people continue to be going through that process. We're outside of a polling location right now, which will still be open for a little bit more than an hour. Of course, if people are in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time, the expectation is they will still be able to cast their ballot. Once we have all of the votes in, we should be getting the results potentially faster compared to 2020, as you alluded to. The Secretary of State says that we could have unofficial full results here in Michigan by around noon tomorrow. This time around, for this presidential election, this is the first one where in Michigan, municipalities can pre-process absentee ballots. They're not releasing those results, but they can get those votes ready to be tabulated. And
so he went in the popular vote. Well, that's only 1%, and so
a massive city in this state. We are told by the Secretary of State that 95% of the absentee votes have been pre-processed already, and so that will potentially accelerate the timeline compared to 2020, where there was a vacuum of time that led to issues
We all knew that was going to be the case, though. I kind of already knew that. Because the thing about it is, if he... Georgia is going to be important, man.
She tells me, she's a Democrat, she tells me that if we see over 50% turnout in Detroit, that will be something that gives Democrats reason to smile. But there are multiple shifts potentially in the electorate we're watching for in the state. The war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East, something that the substantial Arab American community in this state will be paying close attention to. We have a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, who's made a concerted effort to appeal to that community. That's one of several things we'll be watching for tonight. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Jesse, we waited till Wednesday afternoon in 2020 to get Michigan's results. We'll see if they improve on that record. In about 10 minutes, the first polls will close, and our decision desk here at NBC
Telling you, man.
will make the first projections.
Y'all lock in.
We got Tom Thomas here to
Y'all
pull
lock
back the
in.
curtain. I think a lot of people wonder, how do they do this, and how careful are we? And you're going to give us a sneak peek.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, right? Because all through the night, you'll hear us projecting states, sometimes within minutes of polls closing, other times, as Savannah mentioned, days later. So tonight, we wanted to give you an inside look to show you how our team makes those calls. Tonight, election officials across the country on a mission to count millions of ballots. They then report out their tallies, where our decision desk pulls them in and gets to work. John Lipinski runs the decision desk. We have zero tolerance for error. His job, project the winner in each race, often before all the votes are counted.
Election night 2020.
Polls like this one in 2020 came just seconds after the polls closed at 7 p.m.
The president will easily carry Indiana.
So when viewers tuned in 4 years ago, they saw we called Indiana with only 7% of the vote in. How's that possible? We leveraged exit poll data and actual real vote returns. That exit poll data comes from workers spread out across the country asking in-person and mail-in voters who they voted for. But that real-time vote count is also put through advanced computer models, which are then analyzed by data experts and political scientists at the decision desk. The only thing we care about is getting it right. The main factors: how big is the difference between the two candidates, and how much vote has yet to be counted. Think of it like a basketball game. If a team is up by 20 points at halftime, they're favored to win, but there's still a good chance the trailing team can catch up in the next half. But if a team is up by 20 points with only 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough time to close the gap. That's how it is with the outstanding vote count. We're trying to figure out, are there enough votes for the second place candidate to overtake the first place candidate? And sometimes it's mathematically impossible. Lipinski and his team will also know where that outstanding vote is coming from. Is it from a very blue area or a red area, which adds to their formula. And if a race is really close, that could take days. We really need all of the vote in to be able to make a call, to be able to sort of be absolutely certain of who the winner will be. And the mantra of our decision desk is that they want to be right. They do not want to be first. And Savannah and Lester had a lot of time to spend with the decision desk, getting you ready for the big board and for tonight's election. I can tell you, they take their job so seriously. They're mathematicians, they're scientists, they're journalists. Thank God they do the math. We don't have to do it. And they were getting so much information from around the country. Sometimes information is changing within the second. It's incredible. But again, they want to make sure they're right before they get that information.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in New York. They're in Philadelphia. So they are doing their work, and they tell us when they're ready to make the call, not the other way around.
We are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming up with the first polls about to close. Our decision desk is standing by to make its first projections of the evening as we begin to answer the question, who will be the next president of the United States? Stay with us for our live election night coverage on NBC.
Inner power fuels our democracy. Exigimos respeto por nuestros cuerpos y por nuestras vidas. Everyone knows it. Women's reproductive rights are fundamental to democracy in a free country. Georgia es nuestro hogar.
Yeah, the fact that you just said that, yeah, let me go and get you up off my page. You sound stupid. That's somebody trolling.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
There we go. About 4 minutes away, man. From the first polls, first projections, all that stuff. So.
All right, we're back at 6:55 in the East. We are just minutes away from the first poll closings of the night.
And that also means we are minutes away from our first calls of the night, including one of the biggest battlegrounds of all. At the top of the hour, the first polls close. Our decision desk able to make its first calls of the night.
6 states and 60 delegates up for grabs, including one of the biggest battleground prizes in the South.
Georgia.
Georgia.
The polls race down to the wire. The state key to former President Trump's strategy for victory.
We are going to win the state of Georgia.
And if Vice President Harris wins it,
The path to the White House runs right through this state.
she opens up another path to the 270 electoral college votes needed to take the White House.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make the first calls on the road to 270. So let's get to it. Who's ready to count some votes? Blaine Alexander is in Union City, Georgia for us tonight. Polls just about to close in that battleground. Hi, Blaine. What are you seeing?
Well, Savannah, really, this is the nerve center for Fulton County elections. This is the elections hub. I can give you a quick look inside. Right over my shoulder, this is where we're going to see the tabulations. And I spoke with a top county official who tells me how this process will unfold through the night. Basically, what happens when the polls close here in Georgia, about 3 minutes from right now, poll managers are going to take the memory cards and they're going to take the paper ballots. They're then going to drive them to one of 7 check-in centers that's spread throughout the county. And then all of that information, all of those things are going to come right here. It's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to see each one of those precinct managers walk in, escorted by a law enforcement officer to bring those memory cards and the paper ballots, and that's when the tabulation process will begin. Now, of course, the big question is, how long is it going to take? Well, we know that Georgia law now requires them to start being uploaded, the early voting ballots and the absentee ballots to be uploaded within an hour of polls closing. So around 8 o'clock, we're going to start to see those results. They'll be shown on a big screen that's not too far away from where I'm standing, and certainly all of this is going to start to come alive once the polls close in about 2 minutes, Savannah.
All right, Blaine, thank you very much.
Now to our panel, Hallie Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent. Kristen Walker is host and moderator of Meet the Press. Hallie, let me start with you. We're about to get our first characterization.
Finally.
What do you think?
Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close razor-thin margin back in 2020. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the polls close. Independents, who's doing well there? Non-white voters, Black and Latino voters, especially when you're looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that
That was supposed to be the headline of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see if it continues to be. I think a real tell for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close and we can start to report out more.
Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was the swingiest state of the 2020 election. It was won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by. So what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think there has been so much focus.
Yeah! Dez!
out on the campaign trail with that very blunt message for black male voters. Don't sit on the sidelines, get out and vote. So we will see if in a place like Georgia, the Atlanta suburbs, that paid off.
All right, we are at election.
Here we go.
We approach the top of the hour.
Election alert. Polls is closing. 5 seconds. Closed.
All right, 7 o'clock in the East, and we will not waste any time. This is the moment where we move from those months of speculations to actual results.
That's right. The polls have just closed in 6 states, and NBC News is ready to make our
First projection
of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky.
State of Kentucky.
NBC News projects
Donald
that
Trump will win the state of Kentucky.
tonight. Let's move to
That's
Northern
8
Vermont.
electorals.
NBC News projects that
Vermont
will go in the
will give it to Kamala Harris.
this evening. This is where it brings us to
So
the 827.
Closing a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call, but Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Yamas, who's starting to pull up the big board there and looking into some of the states that we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map. Why is that?
This is the earliest data we're having so far. We have called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020. Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we.
See that?
Percent of that vote is in right now. Feature on our board, where we can show you where the
Indiana is too
So
early to
obviously,
call.
The bigger the bubble is around those counties, that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis region, still a ton of votes waiting there. This is a state that Republicans have really done very, very well in elections past. If you go back here, Trump in 2020 won by about 16 points. Before that, it was even higher against Hillary Clinton. This is a state that Republicans are going to be safely in the win column, most likely. One of the places we can start to get data from is Hamilton County, with 60% of the vote in. This is not a great sign for Trump right now, but again, I want to be very clear. It's only 60% of the vote in, and this is what I'm talking about. 52% is what he won in 2020. She's on top right now with about 49-50% of the vote. There's about 1,300 vote difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight, so we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who's the mayor there, obviously, where Notre Dame is as well, and the big city of Indianapolis, Evansville, there's a university down there. A lot of, if you look at the map in 2020, these are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can really run up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60-70% to make sure he can overcome what she's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early tonight, Savannah. We're going to get a lot of data as coming in hot and heavy.
To win
throughout the night.
Kentucky.
Right now, still very, very
She
early.
won Vermont.
Get the tea leaves out.
So it's 8-3.
The night, and you have the red state. You know that Indiana's going to, that Trump will prevail most likely. Same thing with Kentucky. But
Well, not
sometimes you
yet.
can look
Pennsylvania,
into those counties.
things
and
ain't close
particularly the
yet.
suburbs, because that is where we're starting to see a trend.
Yeah,
That makes our mind
the polls haven't closed yet.
Okay, people at home are probably going, wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county. It is something similar that we see in places like Georgia, right? In some of these places in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. And that is what's so interesting about Hamilton. Let's not over-index on it. It's early, so that's why we're interested in it, because it's at least some data that's coming into us. But that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places by how many times the candidates have visited. Donald Trump, 8 trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris. I mean, we cover it every night. Then in this state, and that state, we're going to see it laid out. It's quite amazing.
It really is. And when you think about the state of Georgia, we'll be looking at those Atlanta suburbs. What types of margins do we see there? That's how President Biden wound up eking out a victory. And then the exurbs, That's where Donald Trump does well. Forsyth, Cherokee. Can he run up the margins there? If he's going to win the state of Georgia, he'll do it in those territories.
Let's take it a step out because these are themes that will run throughout the night. Kamala Harris has to get the turnout up in the cities. She has to get her margins even higher in the suburbs, and why she has to make up for the rural vote that is expected for Donald Trump. And he has been very good in past elections at finding these voters who aren't traditional voters who come and vote for the first time.
Absolutely. That's where the ground game is so significant. And tonight will be, to some extent, a test not only of their campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote? One note about Pennsylvania, one of the biggest states we're going to be watching throughout the course of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin in the Philadelphia county, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that make all the difference. Hallie and I are talking Pennsylvania.
Richard, Bucks County in the House vote.
Yeah, what do the exit polls tell you?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair here. We can start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia. And here's what's really interesting. We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category, right, of voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to. She wanted to win them over. But look at this. Based on our exit poll data, it is Donald Trump winning independents, nearly a double-digit margin over Vice President Harris in the state of Georgia. Here's your grain of salt caveat. These are early numbers. They may shift a little bit throughout the night, but this is really interesting here. And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia this cycle than he did last cycle by a significant margin, by about 10 points as well. The other piece of this, too, let's look at the gender gap in Georgia. The gender gap, it exists here, folks. We are seeing, and we'll pull up this board in a second here, Kamala Harris winning with women, Donald Trump winning with men. And I'll tell you, as I walk back over to the table here, that is something else we'll be watching here throughout the night. She's got to do really well with women. He wants to do really well with men. And in my conversations with campaign sources just in the last couple of hours, they're looking at that as well.
We've called this election perhaps the battle of the sexes election, so we'll see how that plays out. I think we've got a winner to announce. Key projection in the state of Indiana. And no surprise here, Donald Trump won Indiana. State again. Here's the data that's just coming in. See if we can get some numbers. And you now know, because we've taken you inside the decision, how is it that we can project?
I'm about to eat, y'all, so I'm here. Trying to see me eat.
That the margin is sufficient to make that call. So
I'm here, though.
Let's go to the 270 map.
Trump just won Indiana and Kentucky. 19-3. Kamala won Harris. Vermont.
Or is it about to poll close?
Yeah, it closed. We have some voting data. And we have in Osceola County. I wanted to show this why this is important. So here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right? And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida, you can think about it in three parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually reliably Democratic, but Republicans have made some inroads. And it's this I-4 corridor that is really the swing region. It's also the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well. So when we come to Osceola, I want to highlight this because we have 71% of the votes in. This is usually a reliably blue county for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in. It is still early, but you can see Harris is underperforming in what is historically a blue county for Democrats. 56 for Joe Biden in 2020. 51 for Harris right now, with 71% of the voting. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020, with 70% of the voting.
Yeah, he's starting to.
Now at 59%. So
he might mess around and win Florida.
Again, still
a lot of the blue states.
Still a lot to do.
If Trump can flip some of them red, he gonna win it.
For the president. Listen.
But he got to.
Red.
He has to win the blue wall. He has to break that blue wall up.
In 2016, when that political earthquake,
which is Wisconsin, Michigan,
Florida,
and Pennsylvania. He got to win one of those. But
Pennsylvania
probably. I don't know. The way Pennsylvania was sounded,
he
might be hurt.
Still very early right now statewide. Only 18% of the vote is in. We can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see the major cities. Tampa, we're still going to find out how that hurricane, both Milton and Helene, affected voters there. Pinellas County, just to the west of that, a big swing county. Orlando, that's a hub for Democrats. Duval County, we actually have some vote in Duval County. I want to take a look at this. This is Governor Ron DeSantis' old district when he was a representative. This has been a swing county. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%. 66% of the vote is still out. This is a county that Republicans had hoped to flip. we're going to have to wait and see. But again, that vote's trickling in, but we can start to kind of read those tea leaves, Savannah and Lester, and kind of see where the vote's going. Again, still very early, but this has to be a win for Trump. If not, it's going to be a very long night for Republicans.
At a rapid pace there as well in the county. We're seeing that in some places tonight.
We anticipate, of course, as Tom was saying, that Florida is a good state for Donald Trump. It is also the first test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of those areas that Tom is just laying out, these are, again, very early data so far, but significant nonetheless, because it will help us once we get in more understand how strong he's.
Fun fact alert for those who remember the hanging chads of 2000. Florida, in the wake of that debacle, has some of the fastest vote counting in the country. So I tell you, you will not be waiting for Florida for very long tonight. They really get that vote counted very, very quickly. They have them on a machine to process the ballots. So you won't have to wait too long for that.
At this point, are we seeing anything unexpected, though?
So far, I do think the independent numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night, especially what we saw in those early national exit polls.
I'm here. I'm eating. I don't want y'all to see me eating.
Not as Democrat, but as independent. So that's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this is something that I've heard in my conversations with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign, that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but we do get some information for 7 o'clock poll close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But we're talking about this Osceola County. It's a third Puerto Rican.
Right, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you have the Latinos down in Miami-Dade. I know, go ahead and give your shout out, Miami-Dade. It's the greatest.
Just the greatest county, greatest people, and I can keep going.
But obviously, this isn't, Latinos come from different backgrounds and have different voting patterns here.
Yeah, it is not monolithic. Just like really every minority group, it is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to vote Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American vote. It has changed in recent years. We're getting more data. As you mentioned, Florida's very fast in putting their data out. So we were talking about Osceola, again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with Orange. This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic strong. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58. You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's only 60%. A bigger number that's coming in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward County. This is just north of Miami-Dade. Think about think about Sunrise, all those areas, and those big cities that have been growing over the years, especially post-pandemic. This needs to be a place where Democrats really drive up the vote, right? Hillary Clinton won big here, 66%. Biden did the same at 64. Tonight, Harris is at 60. Again, I always point to this number. All the votes not in. But if you were to call it right now, she is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that other vote to come in. Guys, for you.
Tom, thanks very much. We are just minutes away from polls closing in Ohio and battleground North Carolina. We're standing by to make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us.
Stand by. Trump already won one? Well, not yet. I forgot. Georgia just closed. So next is going to be
she supported his
Pennsylvania,
disastrous economic agenda,
all
higher
of
taxes
them.
on the middle class. Kamala
North Carolina actually is next because they close at 7:30, and then Pennsylvania.
Fix it.
Oh yeah, well, Mark Collins making deals then. Yeah, we got another pass rusher too. His name Preston Smith. Yeah. But he's going to be like, a rotation piece. He'll come in and play. He can get to that quarterback, too. He can get to the quarterback. He got 68.5 sacks in his career. So, he ain't no shabby dude. I'm shocked that we got him, though.
So, what happened to Austin?
He's still there. He's still there. All these celebrities go, yeah, Mike Williams. I kept telling you Mike Williams. I was like, don't worry about Marshawn Lattimore. That's on the Commanders. Marshawn Lattimore went to the Commanders.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You gotta play this.
Yeah, but he got a hamstring injury. He might not even play Sunday. We'll see. But Trump about to flip one of these states, man. I think if he can flip one of the ones that normally go Democrat, it's going to be an issue. If he can get North Carolina or Georgia or both, then I think there's no way he don't win the election.
What about the electoral vote?
That's what it is. That's what it is with them. It's a pathway. Because certain states are just going to go red. They just project them to be red. Like they hadn't even got a lot of the Vermont's vote in, but they knew Kamala was going to win that. Like Indiana went with Trump and Kentucky went with Trump. But you got a lot of people online talking about that's where incest and all that happened. I'm not shocked. It's some sick mother. I'm like, man, shut up. I said, y'all can't claim y'all want democracy and then when somebody votes, you got a problem with that. I've been saying on here, I was telling folks, I said, I don't think it's a good idea for us to have switch a president every 4 years. Because I said, that's like a coach. Imagine a coach of an NFL team coming in for 4 years. And he sets a standard and sets what's going to go forward. And then in 4 years later, we might have to tear it down and start all over again. We're going to have to undo everything that he taught, everything that he did, and come. That's why I said, I think they should keep being allowed to run until somebody beat them. Now, when somebody beat them, then they lost. They out of there. Yeah. But until then, keep letting them folks do that. That changing every 4 years. That's why ain't nothing get done. Because you're spending the first 4 years trying to undo everything the last one did. Huh?
Just take care of yourself and each other. Welcome back. We're going to be taking you to this view and these numbers.
Yeah.
We're going to continue throughout the
Yeah.
the road to 270.
Yeah, to redo all that.
The early lead with 19, Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have uncalled so far.
What's
We're
uncalled?
going to start with
Virginia.
13 electoral votes. Just a percent in there in Virginia.
Trump is leading in Virginia, but they ain't ready to call it yet.
In Georgia.
He's winning in Georgia,
First big
but they ain't ready to call it yet. I'm telling you, if this nigga, what I just tell you, if he flipped Georgia and flipped North Carolina, it's going to be an issue for her. It might be a long night.
We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Guy Schwartz there.
And they win in the Senate, Mom.
State University.
They 39-28 right now.
Split that you're seeing that
The Republican, I told niggas, it don't matter. I told people, it don't matter what you think. If they win the Senate, get ready for Project 2025. That's more important than this presidential election. That's way more important than that. Y'all get ready for Project, because if they in there, that's getting passed. They win the Senate, and they already win in the House. The Republicans got to flip 4 chairs. I mean, not Republicans. Democrats got to flip 4 chairs to win the House. The Senate, right now, they done flip 2. They only need to flip 2, and they get the Senate, too. Now, that's 2/3 right there. That's 2/3. I told folk that, man. Y'all crazy.
They've been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of.
So Biden won Arizona last time.
Because of masculine identity. They've also said, interestingly enough,
it's a lot of men they said is voting, and a lot of the men is with Trump. A lot of women is with Kamala. So this is really a man versus women thing.
A couple of guys just a little while ago, they said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris, but when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So
she didn't sit down with Joe Rogan, and they said that flipped them right there. When she didn't sit down with him like Trump did for 3 hours, answered every question that was asked to him, not giving questions before.
Thank you.
Both candidates
Yeah. So when she did that, that turned a lot of people off. What you hiding? Why can't you do that type of interview? Trump just did a 3-hour interview. Why can't you? Y'all told us he was incompetent. He was on it for 3 hours.
voters because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out.
Fulton County is the one right
Again,
though.
600 polling
They said
stations
Fulton is going to
across the
determine
country.
who
It's
wins
early
Georgia.
vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers can
Yes.
shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group.
Oh, he's overperforming.
Lester,
That's why he's winning Georgia.
He talks
He's
a lot about
overperforming with the
making
Latinos.
it
He's not
Donald
winning,
better than he
but
did
he's
in
doing a lot
2020
better
with these demographic groups, including
than normal.
Let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because
Man, if he wins Georgia, man,
it
might be over.
Latino voters.
Because North Carolina, I think, might be the one that's in the middle.
Can we win the Latino vote? It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And
That's
we're not
crazy.
talking just about places
Latinos
like
are gonna decide to win
Arizona,
this.
where 25%
That's what they say they grew.
of the population.
It ain't even us.
It
It ain't even the black men.
Georgia,
It's
for example,
it's gonna be the Latino.
400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000.
Yeah, but if I can cut to the deficit, the white folks will carry me right
talking about
That's what he's hoping for, and that's what's happening right now.
Latinos are eligible.
Yeah,
to vote.
that's what's happening.
I think
Yeah,
that
and
it's a situation
okay, he
where
went to South
the
Carolina right
Latino
now too.
population, but 36
Which is
million
9.
strong, is participating, maybe in historic numbers tonight, in the American Democratic experiment. Our American Democratic
And what's driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos.
Oh, you know, Pennsylvania has a Latino problem.
Arizona and Nevada, yes.
A lot of
also
illegals in there.
in Georgia and in North
A
Carolina.
lot of
Early on, but we're starting
Latinos
to
in
see
there.
this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us.
Yeah.
We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio.
No, not a
one of the
problem.
newest
They
battlegrounds,
have a lot
North
of
Carolina.
there's a lot of illegals
We are
that live in
moments away
Pennsylvania.
from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump
Yep.
has won this state twice.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
We will win.
Kamala Harris is making
I can't stand that country, fake country accent she got. Girl, you from Oakland. Stop that.
It all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
Ma, I told you. I said that when that hurricane that came in, this is what's going to determine. And they going to watch. That's how they going to do. If North Carolina rolls with Trump, that's going to let me know Florida going to roll with him too because of that hurricane and that $750 that they can shove up there.
This was a part of Western California.
Talking about $750. What they going to do?
By Hurricane Helene and
She hurt herself there.
What do you see in there?
Uh-oh.
Sure, Savannah, so where we are right now in Buncombe
No.
County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because there reached 1,000 people voting in person.
To what?
Here at this precinct, and
Well, it's over now. It's too late. Yeah.
it wasn't intended to be a voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed
She messed that up.
had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, we got 116,000 people early voting, and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence and the western part of the state, Savannah. This is
Yeah.
what I want to drive home.
Well, we trying to see what's going to happen.
Early voting, that was at 56.7% in Buncombe, 58%, but then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people could apply. So just to give you a snapshot
Wow.
of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water They're staying in hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering when are they going to get their loans for their businesses, when will their employees be able to have stability. These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina.
That's how much percent of the vote
as
is
it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities. You also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting, and the conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here in the hours to come.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas, because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah was the only
Trump winning the popular vote too.
But it was his closest margin
So
of
far.
victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right?
It was close.
He won it in 2016, he had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race.
Wait, Romney won North Carolina?
Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn out the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The three places they have to do it, the first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the research triangle, the capital Raleigh.
There's bomb threats at 7 locations in DeKalb County. Enforced evacuation and bomb sweep.
Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill, and finally the triad.
This is election interference. This is what Trump was talking about last time. Yeah, this is interference.
Along with those historically black universities, these are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So
This is literally election interference.
And then you were just talking to
Because we need the CAB vote to come in.
Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for them. That's what they need.
Oh my God. They done shut down 5 of the precincts. They shut them down. The Georgia and the DeKalb County voting precincts.
Oh, it must have happened before the 7th.
I hope they was done counting.
Tip off the new season with the best party in town. Catch it live as Trey and Jalen take flight and throw up.
Wait, ain't Trump voted in Kamala?
Yeah. Let me go to the other one. Cause I want CNN. I don't know. Where's CNN? Hold up. See something real quick. Trying to get the CNN. They rocking with it on here. They won't care about that. Alright, well, back to that then. Right back to where I was at. Alright. that be in Atlanta. That's NYC. That do not look like an Atlanta street. It's New York.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism. A
you
chance
go.
to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Election alert. Projection.
And welcome back to our NBC News election coverage. It's 7:30 in the East. We've got some
Trump
numbers
won
on
West
City,
Virginia.
West Virginia. Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are
All right, so Ohio and North Carolina.
North Carolina, which we've been talking about.
All right.
Here's our projection at this hour. Too early to call. Just not ready to release any information about that.
Too early
yet.
on
Georgia
that.
is also too early to call. Polls close about a half hour there
So
now.
Trump
And we
is
do have
up
a
in
projection. This
Georgia.
has to do with the United States Senate.
United States Senate.
The winner is Jim Justice, as expected.
Uh-oh.
He will go to the Senate.
Ma, they done flipped it.
For Republicans. This was a long time
The Senate.
seat by Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat. That
Yep, that's a problem. There it is. I told niggas if that flip it.
picked
That's what I'm saying.
one
nigga.
Senate seat.
I told people that if they flip this Senate, it don't even matter who in the White House.
Lead in the Senate, but they're looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got 1.
They just got one.
They
so
might
it's
get another
expected-
seat. Somebody gonna give up their seat.
Expected, as you say, that Governor Jim
Here we
Justice
go.
winning that seat. So they now turn to the state of Montana. They turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term there. He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from Trump-backed former car dealer Bernie Moreno. So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit,
Yeah, like
a lot
I
of
do.
these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we've gotten closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to 1 state last year. The state of
Chromatopia.
Maine. Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very
Yeah,
closely.
yeah,
Again, we're expecting that result.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people might go for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
That's one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And Hallie, you doing some more exit duty on North Carolina.
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, including Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was.
See, and that's the problem. He's slicing into where he wasn't performing good at. Now this year, there's a problem.
And we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, take a walk back to the desk here. You might go, okay, well, those two things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially.
All right, Hallie, thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about in some of the further parts.
Trump went in Florida by a big margin right now.
All right, wait another 30 minutes. I want to show you something.
Trump just flipped
somewhat surprising. It makes some
They flipped Jacksonville.
presidential
They
elections
just
and you
did.
follow election nights
Trump
like
flipped
this one.
Jacksonville,
So
huh?
Donald Trump right now with 73%
That was
of the
blue.
vote is up 55%.
And now he's up
in Miami-Dade
55%.
County. Again, this is where Democrats.
Wow.
find the votes in
He's
the
up
state of
55% in Miami,
Biden
Mom.
won Miami-Dade County by 53.
Biden won
List
Miami
those numbers.
53%
This is pretty
last
astonishing
time.
when you think where
He up
Hillary
55
Clinton was
right
in
now.
2016. 63%.
Oh, he went to Florida? Oh,
53.
yeah.
Now tonight,
Oh,
55.
he might-
Again,
I ain't
still
gonna lie, he might
73% of the vote left. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won
I ain't gonna
Miami
lie, he might wipe the earth from
2
her.
years
You gonna
ago
see.
by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are
But
expanding the
even
map. How
statewide,
Florida is
he went
becoming
about
more and more
big
red.
margin.
I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign. If they're watching
I know
tonight.
folks keep
So
saying-
we're
folks
watching
saying
some of the
he
vote coming in
convicted
Georgia.
felon.
Remember
The
I
problem
told you
will
more
be
than
is he gonna
50%
get house
of the
arrest.
vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at
Oh,
some of
wow.
these
Hey, yo,
counties
he
around
went to
Atlanta.
Georgia, too, by a big
54%
margin.
for Douglas County.
Oh, Douglas County.
65%.
Kamala went in Douglas
Biden
County,
is
though.
at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes.
she went
Let's
in
look at
Douglas.
another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have
She
any
went in
votes
Gwinnett,
just get in. Rockdale County, this is another big one. She's at 75%.
Okay.
Biden's at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up the vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close race 4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We've got guests over at our Insiders desk today. And we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher, we've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county signs, perhaps that outreach to that Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump. And yet in Georgia, you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is. I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign. We've not invested in work Florida well, and Florida's like a country. It's a really big, expensive state.
Yes, he went in by a nice margin in there.
Like Georgia. In North Carolina, where you see a sort of a
Okay, so
difference. But
Virginia's
Florida,
close.
You know, as I say that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in, and it shows.
We bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now they're looking at turnout, I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both a +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more in the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close there.
Actually gonna be. Ooh. What's up, y'all? Right now, Trump is up 23-3. Very early, very early. We're gonna see how it turn out, man. It's very interesting in certain states to see where the people are leaning to. So we're gonna see. Just a little over 2.5 hours. All right. Nah, I stayed neutral. Call me the game. I stayed neutral when the beef was on. I'm just telling you, I stayed neutral. I had to, man. They went. Man, come on, man. Wasn't talking about nothing, Jay. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to get my vote, man. My vote means something. It means something to me. Yeah, man, I couldn't pick, man. Both wasn't talking about nothing. Accidentally blesses the NFL New Orleans Saints. What? Why would he do that? He blessed the Saints.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote
That's funny.
on any legislation that would ban abortion? Or do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
That's Jewish people. That ain't yeah.
We're back with our election night coverage, and with Tom Yamas at the big board talking about the road to 270, waiting for North Carolina right now. The polls closed there. But how important is that to either candidate in terms of making their path to 270 easier or tougher?
Yeah, let's start with former President Trump, because he really needs to hold North Carolina. It was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania, he gets 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. Why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina.
She
What
has.
do you do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous, and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win the Midwest and pick off a state out west or hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
Talk a lot about the blue wall. Wisconsin is a big part of it, and our correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with some breaking news, and it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you think?
Oh man. Another absentee ballot mess up.
We're seeing at these polling locations, because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting
Milwaukee
of
messing
those
up?
absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them, and after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was
But they gotta
tampered with,
recount the
city,
votes.
out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into
Dang.
more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Chuck Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected.
That's not
His
unexpected.
campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves as they're called from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming
So he's
among young voters in North
outperforming
Carolina.
North
So you
Carolina
have that
amongst
kind of
young
conventional
voters.
wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Just North Carolina, or is that an
That's just
poll?
North Carolina. That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there, but the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
So Ohio is
stay in line.
Mark Cuban is exactly voters in a 4-hour line.
Exactly. It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap. It's the battle of the sexes election, and whether you want to say it's young men or senior
that's
women.
right.
It's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well.
That's right.
You know, they brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated to
Went
Well,
down.
that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talked about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true. Right, Kamala Harris, let me say it this way, Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Pennsylvania. Trump gonna win, Georgia.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported his disastrous economic agenda, hired
That's crazy.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here in the East. You are looking at vote counting centers across the country in this historic election.
Some polls have closed, and some places people are still voting.
They are indeed. We're about 6 minutes to the next poll closing, where we'll get our first look at the real vote count from the biggest battleground of all, Pennsylvania, which we've been talking about. States has been moving quickly.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 16 states.
16 states.
District of Columbia.
Dang.
171 electoral votes up for grabs in the biggest haul of the night.
Dang.
Florida, with its 30 electoral votes, could be one of the first big calls of the evening.
And we'll get our first results from what may be the most important prize this election, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania.
It's good to be back in Pennsylvania.
The race could all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses the state, her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Say you don't know.
Are you ready to make your voice heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's common down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes, but the big question to then afterwards has been, how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down, and it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them, and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago, when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tanyanis over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her. She's holding that high watermark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight. Again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some of the rural counties that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County, those people in the know call it MoCo. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So
it's the election, I'm here.
There. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics here. We're going to see what happens. And we're so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about
Going downstairs.
steaks. Come on. How good is Wawa?
Always. Always. So Tommy forgot to ask them cheesesteaks with or without?
30 seconds.
Okay, without then. All right, well, we have a lot of time to do Philly talk. We won't get Pittsburgh out, but we got coming up on a poll close.
Yeah, 21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll close, and we're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour. There's our
Here we go.
election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the poll closings are about to occur in fact about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some characterizations for you here in just a moment. Those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take its third.
Donald Trump won Florida, Mom.
State of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris.
Massachusetts, Kamala.
Tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald
Trump went Tennessee.
In Tennessee tonight. 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland,
Kamala
NBC News
won
projects
Maryland.
that will go in the Kamala Harris column. We move on to the state of
Missouri,
NBC
Trump.
News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri when all the votes are counted.
Alabama,
That
Trump.
Looks like that will also go to Donald Trump. State of
Oklahoma,
will
Trump.
be projected to go to
God
Donald
dang!
Trump. And in D.C.,
She won
District of
D.C.
Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does it leave us now? On the road to 270? There it is, 90.
All right, so he's 90 to
27
27.
for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
Will be a wake call through those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and of course Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here, it is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early, just 5% of the vote in. And in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia, Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country is going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris has not performed as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties.
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. You know, Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north, rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent.
So Trump is winning 90 to 27 right now. A lot of this stuff it's early though still. But 16 states just dropped in, so we'll get a lot more information.
And there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we're in the middle, we've been in the middle of a political realignment for a decade, and every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020, and I think we're seeing it both break on ethnicity and geographically. So it looks like that Donald Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been messing around Indiana. Indiana's not going to, it's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost, even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea leaf. Yes. I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. They obviously border
where those voters go.
No, that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly there are some older whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the south because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think nationally we're seeing it as well.
Well, we're seeing it nationally too. When you look at some of the numbers here, he is +10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was +23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come.
And we see that, I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast, it's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that they are getting them out to vote and
Pennsylvania,
if necessary.
Let's not forget Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia, showing once again demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to find out here in the hours to come, and perhaps days.
And Holly, you've got some more from your exit polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally. 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think we are seeing something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country, and we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. You don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party, people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you more things there, but we just had a change in characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought.
They got Georgia's too close to call right now.
An alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in these battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls, and by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president. And Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in, because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well, listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those Midwestern battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan here, too, a veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
So if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020. But then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the ground game. When we're talking about it, you know, this is about when you say, you pull the bus, go, that's hold you by the hand and take and organize whole campaign.
Absolutely, and you have the Harris campaign touting the fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Chuck said earlier, it's just to zoom out for a moment, remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable, because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say, that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president. And there's certain incumbency there as well.
There's something baked into years. Same thing as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment, because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald
South
Trump.
Carolina.
Votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
Key battlegrounds.
99-27 Trump.
Counting, but we don't have results yet. Still either too early to call or too close to call. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what the campaign is saying to you.
Well, Savannah, what seems to be calming nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is what they're seeing out of Georgia right now, a state you were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the doors off in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, black voters. The campaign is seeing, in the same exit polls we're looking at, improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina. The governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate. And well, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take
because Kristen will get in, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was. But just remember, the ticket splitting piece, this is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think...
You have a Democratic governor right now.
That's exactly right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is locked? It does not, and just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on the Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website, and so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President to win this state? Because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
So the whole weekend, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important the state is to his path.
Also a sense that might have been slipping away, trying to shore up.
Absolutely.
North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
We already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm, the Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they're seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. Let me do this. To start the Star Spangled Banner, I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming, so it's going to be a nail-biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County, and look how Democrats have been able to run up the score.
Problem is, I think Trump is going to mess around, win North Carolina and Georgia, and not all he got to win is PA and ball games.
In Cobb County. Let's go around, let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. We have about 1% in, not really.
Yeah, hey, I don't know. What's the freak?
70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know, 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Raven, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks.
Yep.
Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why, when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break, and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
But I know,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. This monster at this storage storm is set to make landfall. Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastated. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant. Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
8:20 in the east, 5:20 in the west. We've got some major battlegrounds closed there. Polls and votes are being counted as we speak. That's the road to 270. Filling out a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call. Just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio The polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that one battleground is now more a reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during the campaign season. It may all hinge on the Commonwealth. Too early to call there. And in Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in. And when you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a storyline we're talking about all night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously this is just the vote here. Women 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see, when you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris. More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris, Trump 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these key swing states. She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college-educated white women. And that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who's here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator. Way back when. So we talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here too. When you hear what Hallie says, Senator, what's your take?
I think, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college-educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college-educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college-educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my kids, right?
The shy Harris voters.
College-educated women, I live in that place.
Where is that fighting over?
I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical, voting bloc in this election. And Hallie, you pointed out that according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the electorate. In 2020, it was 52. Now, 1 point doesn't seem like a lot, but if Kamala Harris drives up her results among women in these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania, like that could be a deciding factor.
I can't believe we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post-Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election. Do you think that issue still has its potency and is a weak spot for Republicans?
I think it has its potency for sure. It definitely cuts both ways, meaning you see about 10% of the electorate on both sides of the issue for whom that is the most important issue. But there's no question among younger voters, especially younger women, that that's an issue that is driving them out. And so the question is, really, is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of many issues they're voting on?
Yeah, and I think, frankly, when we look at this, if Kamala Harris wins the presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got here, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind of response on college campuses. So we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all states?
In all of the states, they're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college places that are primarily college.
Yeah, we can put up the Florida abortion day. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight. We can show you how Florida Amendment 4. This, by the way, requires a 60% to reach a 60% level. So right now, not there yet. We're not making a call, but that's.
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures. We have one in Florida. You mentioned there are abortions on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of them battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. Some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, lifted Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill, whether or not that Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the abortion issue feel like, oh, well, it's already taken care of. People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in the battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think that the Republicans done such an amazing job of publicizing the deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state, but there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children, who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need, that takes it to a different level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women telling them.
And I also think that this is an issue that we have to find the footing on. Sarah and I've talked about.
Let me pick up that thought a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here at the 8:30 hour in the East. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30. Here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. That leaves Donald Trump at 99 electoral votes. 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters. And we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, the decision that's guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have a projected winner some point tonight. Those would be the 2 first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here. As Chuck Todd reminded us, Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%, 95% of the vote is in. I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of the swing counties. Biden won it in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4, but there's only 35% of the vote in, so still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas, so that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it, 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map. At 8:30 on the East Coast, Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there, and what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. Let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on election day. You see this line that goes out the door around? What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here, where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all that's happening on here, back here in public, and we'll weave a little through everyone here, there's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I'll tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately, what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and then are maybe well positioned to carry the state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta, and a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things, I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m., prepping all of these so they could process and get the early numbers out quickly. Every election official and the supervisor of Gwinnett County Elections has told us they've been on track to hit all of their markers that have results in on the earlier side, and they're still working over here tonight. This is where the mail-in ballots will come through and are coming through, and they're sorting all of those. Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from election day to the other side here, where they'll count and go through all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? Did for the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds? And for Harris and Democrats, were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat but maybe haven't voted in past elections? The local county Democrats, they told us they spent a lot of time trying to reach those voters, canvassing directly, targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County Elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county, and for both Republicans and Democrats, That's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split-ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
All right, Allison, thank you. Gwinnett County's late rallies by Donald Trump there, and that county and neighboring Cobb County, and you've got to get headed to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching
She
that.
walks right by and they don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy at work.
Heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who are two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty for everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them that, it's...
Well, absolutely. I'll give election worker 50%.
And it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
We talk about the gender gap as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking. Like, the sheriff's coming to town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that. But that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, that they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
So I want to get your thought on something at work right now. There's been a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And, Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40% in any of those states, these target states we've been talking about all night. So does he do 42, 43, 44%?
I mean, in 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic. Donald Trump was actively telling people not to vote early or not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. They're, to Lester's point, he changed that too. Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
That's right. It was a huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that, particularly in a close race. Had he not done that,
interesting, man, how everything's shaping out.
So I think he learned that lesson. And also, if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by states,
Georgia, North Carolina.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely
Too early to call right now.
To get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally he would say go out and do it. At another rally he would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, etc. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds. Remember that this is a former president who, over the summer, you look at, let's say, 20 rallies, at 5 of them, he cast doubt on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania are counting votes right now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska, and Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska, yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in. And then Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently, their electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give it by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts, most likely, in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, seating 2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district, and the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where seating 2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and a little bit of Sarkey as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Todd?
Is that Chuck Todd?
264, 269, 269 would be crazy.
Contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get at a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it, and we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska too is a very good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough, the ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient, it's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor.
Yeah.
So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, GOTV, as we talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it will be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either
He's starting
party.
to stretch out in
Leader. He says his job would be to try to
Trump
bring the
is
two parties
getting a
together.
little bit of a lead in North Carolina.
Right now. I just don't know
24% on the end, so it's real early.
Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the primary is continuing to build 3 big battlegrounds, closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270.
The run to 270.
at each other.
Welcome back. It's election night in America, and we're just getting started. Almost 9 o'clock here in the East. We're going to have a bunch of poll closings, 3 big battlegrounds that will close. They are make or break races on the road to 270. We're talking about the presidential race a lot for good reason. As I turned to Kristen Walker and Hallie Jackson, there is also hanging in the balance tonight the balance of power. Who controls Congress? Who controls the Senate? Who controls the House? And we've got some results there.
That's right, and Republicans need 2 seats to win control of the Senate. So far, they have 1 pickup. So let's go to the board. We'll show you where things stand right now. In West Virginia, as we have already reported, Jim Justice has won the seat after Senator Joe Manchin, who's a Democrat who then switched to an independent, announced he was not running for re-election. This is expected. It is the first Republican pickup, so that makes this significant. We can call that Rick Scott has held on to his Senate seat in Florida handily. He first won this seat back in 2018. This was one of these races where reproductive rights was a big issue. Former Congresswoman Debbie Mucarsel-Powell trying to make that the big focus of the race, but it was not enough to get her over the finish line. We're watching this very closely. The Senate race in Ohio, 2.
Oh, that could flip.
Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term against former car dealer, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno, so we'll watch that closely. Pennsylvania, another big battleground. Senator Bob Casey with 67% of the vote. Dave McCormick with 30.4% of the vote. Too early to call.
Bob Casey is still in.
Let's take a look at the big picture here. Again, Republicans have now picked up 1 seat for the Senate at this hour. 42 to 33. We'll continue to watch this.
Very quickly, Hallie, taking a step back, the Republicans need 2 seats, and this is a map that is very difficult for Democrats to hold on to their Senate races. They're on defense in a lot of these states.
Yeah, and the reason for that is likely Montana. This is the other pickup that Republicans feel very confident about. They think they'll be able to get. I will tell you that Ohio Senate race being too early to call is interesting. I talked with one Senate Republican source who said, you know, they would have loved to see that call an hour ago, right? They would have loved to have had that in the bag, these 2-seat pickups earlier in the night, Savannah. But we'll wait and see how this one goes.
Okay, we are just coming up the top of the hour. We're going to have some major battleground poll closings coming up. And
Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona, all coming up. So this is the drama beginning to clearly build right now. The votes are being counted, and again, we'll get those closings here very shortly. Let's check back into the presidential race in the room to 270.
All right.
All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now, the road to 270. And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional closings.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to fill out, so we will watch for those next poll closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock on the East Coast, and they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
At the top of the hour, a major round of poll closings, with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college
Wow.
up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin and Michigan?
Michigan, we are not going back.
Or will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We are going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona. We love you, Arizona.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing by for our first vote count in from these make-or-break states as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270.
Many votes to be counted, battlegrounds all coming in. Michigan has 15 electoral votes up for grabs, a key state, and Jesse Kirsch in Detroit for us today. Jesse, the polls are just about to close, moments away. What do you expect? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide they close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but here in Detroit, in the East Coast time zone, The polls have been closed for almost an hour. You can see this ballot drop box is sealed off here. However, despite all of that, we're going to move down the block here. This is the city elections office. And what we've got going on here is people who have been in line well past when the polls officially closed to continue registering to vote. And inside, it appears we do still have some people in that line. We had people telling us they'd waited in line for around 4 hours. One young woman told us that she almost got out of line because of that duration, dealing with logistics as well as just waiting to be able to register to vote, but was ultimately able to do so. Someone else told us that they got out of line because of the wait. If people got in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed the doors here at that time, people were going to be allowed to go through the registration process, and it seems people are still going through that at this hour. This is a traditional Democratic stronghold, the city of Detroit. However, when we've spoken to GOP operatives in the state, they tell us that they see Vice President Harris's base as, quote, crumbling because of various headwinds. However, there are other potential headwinds that could send traditionally Republican voters toward the Vice President. We will have a clearer answer as those results start coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern. So Vanna, back to you.
And we'll get a better idea about turnout, too, which is all important for the Harris campaign in Detroit and also those collar counties. But we want to switch over. Let's go to Arizona. The Mountain West polls closed. Gotti Schwartz, they're outside of polling place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
Yeah, polls close in about 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line, and this is about a 60 to 70 minute wait here. So you got the people that are at the end of the line right now, probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're noticing a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide. Gender divide is very much in play here at Arizona State University, and there's been so much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities, they may not be organizing and may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect, but here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important, but I gotta say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their votes skewed. It's really interesting because, some people are talking about policy. Others are talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so policy specific. But that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost at the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2 point something million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion, there would have been restored the constitutional right to an abortion there, but had a 60% threshold and will not clear it. So amendment for right to abortion will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there.
This is super interesting. Let us drop in here to say this. If it was yes to protect in Florida, but you were seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester, this would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade has failed. However, the other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here. And I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number, right? It was 57, 58 in Ohio, 57, 58 in Kansas. I mean, I think if we know what the number is, ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass, because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban. And then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
I'm
there's
just saying actively campaign against this amendment which is
use the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating if the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida again, they're going to get an opportunity, ironically, because this thing went down tonight.
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was asked about it repeatedly throughout the course of his campaign. How are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote. So it sort of underscores the point that Chuck's making. This is a very complicated issue.
This issue has Republicans in knots and Donald Trump in knots, and now it lives to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the Vice President and her team have been pushing on this issue. And on the ballot as well. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the Vice President hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue in the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time because we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa, these polls are going to close. There was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator perhaps, and the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And so, well, let's go to the election year, and we'll move right here.
Here we go.
As we get some more poll closings.
Poll closings.
A few more
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, projection time.
State of Texas. We're just talking about
State of Texas to Trump. 40 electorals. North Dakota. Trump.
Win in North Dakota tonight.
South Dakota. Trump.
Also going to the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of
Wyoming. Trump.
State Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting in.
154 to 30.
For Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
For Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota.
New York, Colorado,
so
Minnesota.
Results there, but let's go to Michigan.
Right.
That's the biggie. At this
Let's see Michigan.
Polls closing in Michigan, and it
Too
is
close to call.
for it. Too early to call.
I mean, too early to call.
Before it wraps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too
Arizona.
early to call.
Too early to call.
In the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, too early to call right now.
All states along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia,
Too early to call.
It's just too close. We are starting to see the votes
Too
come
close
in
to
with
call in Georgia.
66% counted right now, and yet despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity in the UCSA, it's too close to call. There's a method to that madness. Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method of the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, they can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO optics we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020, he's at 78 right now. We go to neighboring Towns County right here, 81-80, and then in Union, 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that now no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. This is 72%. This is the ones we're watching to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
Go
North Carolina, I'd love to see
let's go for it.
Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah, let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here, Wake County. 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62-63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County, this is UNC, Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us, he said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house, but if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Still is that blue dot in the Sea of Red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks, Democrats are going to love that news. But there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still winning a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that. I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. 6 polls have closed now. 6 of 7 battleground states still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in, and I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan, and I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play here.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gadi Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate of the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of the very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them talking about this on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential, and there's not many states who have single vote legislation, and who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020. The Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time in 2020. They voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground states.
They were home.
The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan, University of Michigan folks from Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are pulling for Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters.
Young men and young women.
And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following ballot referenda, including the abortion measure that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get there, 57%, so it went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old, and obviously it didn't work. The threshold was higher there.